Alrighty, we are live. Welcome back to more WillBrattonWx severe weather coverage. Let me just quickly smack the enter key on an announcement here, really quick. Boom. There we go. And yeah, so we got a lot going on today. There was a tornado warning just a little bit ago. There is not anymore. That was in North Carolina. Didn't really look super significant to me, so I didn't force it, trying to get live as soon as possible because I didn't think it was going to put down a tornado. It still may have, but I don't believe that it did. We have a lot of stronger storms in southern Mississippi right now, including a handful of considerable severe thunderstorm warnings. Matter of fact, 4 different severe thunderstorm warning polygons, all tagged considerable between Mississippi and Louisiana here. You can see outflow boundaries galore down here. Just let me get my pen tool thing so I can draw on the map here. Kason, good to see you in the chat. Okay, here we go. So you can just see outflow boundaries everywhere down here. I mean, there's just so many. It's almost too messy to even try and discern exactly what you're looking at in some different areas. Just boundaries all over the place. These pulse thunderstorms that are just firing off and promoting that damaging wind risk, including some larger hailstones with a couple of these clusters, specifically this one that's near Sandy Hook right now. That one was producing golf ball size hail. You're going to see Storm Chaser Mikey Plemons in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. We're going to be following along with him tonight. Our number one concern for the evening is going to be out towards Chicago and Milwaukee, though you're going to see a couple of stronger storms out here already. Jared, good to see you in the chat. You're going to see this new cluster of storms near Madison, and we got other supercell type of action trying to fire off in northern Illinois, parts of Iowa as well. So we're going to continue to watch as any of these, try to get themselves really organized here. We can go ahead and turn on our spotter dots for just a moment. You're going to see here's Mikey in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. It looks like we actually lost his feed for just a second there. Let me refresh that and see if this will work. That should do it. So Mikey in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen there, but you will see him right in the middle of this storm near Oregon, Illinois, the city of Oregon in the state of Illinois. And he is headed west right now. He's going for the storm that is near Sterling. That's the one that he thinks looks the best at the moment. So that's where he's headed. We're going to stay with him. We'll also hear from him later on tonight, depending on how things continue to develop. But you'll see mini supercell action trying to fire off all over the place out here. Across northern Illinois, eastern Iowa, maybe even southern Wisconsin as well. Just all sorts of these little mini supercell type storms trying to get themselves going. You can see from the Davenport radar, this one actually looks not half bad as it is trying to establish itself just north of Sterling and to the west of Rochelle out here in northern Illinois. And there's going to be a lot going on tonight, let me tell you. We are expecting a pretty active severe weather day. I know it's just a slight risk day, but I do think it's going to be pretty active. So we're going to make sure that we have good tabs on everything here. We're going to be live for a decent while this evening. I don't have any early commitments tomorrow, so we can be live as late as we can until I'm tired, because we got up at 5 a.m. to film a forecast video this morning. But other than me being potentially tired, there's no reason we can't take this from start to finish here. A lot of severe thunderstorm warnings in general right now. You're going to notice that we have over 30, 32 to be exact, at the top of your screen. You'll see that right now. No tornado warnings. We do have 6 flash flood warnings right now. Those are going to be in areas where it's just been dumping rain recently. Besides New Mexico, where there is still a flash flood warning from earlier today. Everything else is pretty recent. Actually, there's one in Nevada too. And that one is gone. Oh, sorry, I was looking at Utah. I was like, what in the world? I clicked on the flash flood warning. I figured it was going to take me to the Vegas radar, and it didn't. It took me to Cedar City. Anyway, flash flood warning out here in Nevada as well. But the other ones are going to be out towards North Carolina and Louisiana. So you're going to see a lot of convection has been going on out here in the Carolinas, and that's going to continue for a little while. Connor Croft is still recovering from surgery. I do actually think he's chasing with his dad right now, but he's not. I don't think he's broadcasting. He's just trying to get out of the house a little bit because he's been cooped up for a while. You see him? Is he live right now? He might be. Oh, actually, he is live right now. I didn't think they were broadcasting, so that's good. We'll have his feed then as well in a couple minutes here. So it'll be cool. It'll be the first time that we get Connor Croft here on a WillBrattonWx broadcast whenever that moment comes. So that'll be nice. But yeah, Connor's dad is going to be driving him around today. This much I do know. Yeah, I'm excited that they're broadcasting. I actually didn't think that they were going to be broadcasting today, so that's pretty cool. I did know that they were going to go chase. They were worried. Connor was texting me earlier. He's a little worried that they're not going to make it in time because they didn't leave until later in the afternoon. But we'll see what happens with it. But man, just look at how many severe thunderstorm warnings there are down in Mississippi and Louisiana right now. This is just pretty ridiculous. Just so much convection down here causing problems all over the place. A lot of just strong thunderstorms. I mean, we got considerable severe thunderstorm warnings out the wazoo here, just bunches of them, or some of that golf ball sized hail. And just look at these crazy outflow boundaries on these storms as well. Just pretty insane outflow boundaries down here. You can see, I'll go ahead and just draw the line. So for those who maybe don't know what they're looking at, just a very crazy looking outflow boundary. Watch when I remove that white line, just that incredible outflow boundary that's underneath there. Just really powerful storms kicking out a lot of air. And looks like we're experiencing a downburst right now, actually, here in southern Mississippi for this storm here. Near Greensburg or Independence. Actually, I believe this is in Louisiana. Yeah, this is in northern Louisiana, or not northern Louisiana, southeastern Louisiana near Greensburg. So a little bit of a downburst going on right now with this storm. As you can see, this tight red and green really starts to spread out quickly here over the last couple radar scans. That's a pretty solid looking downburst here. It wouldn't shock me to see this get upgraded to a considerable severe thunderstorm warning as a result, for up to 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So that's a stronger storm down there for sure. We've been watching a supercell or a mini supercell up towards Chicago here near Geneva. Looks like that one's falling apart. So that's good news. That one was looking much more robust not long ago, just about a half hour ago, maybe. It was looking pretty. I mean, look how quickly this thing has collapsed. It was looking pretty solid a little while ago, and it was starting to try and establish that RFD. You can see this line coming out here as it really tried to establish an RFD and get itself together to potentially be tornadic. But you can see how quickly, I mean, literally in the last 10 minutes, this thing just completely fell apart. Now that RFD is still there. There might still be an updraft trying to keep kicking anyway. But this storm is mostly collapsed. You're going to see these echo tops have fallen off a cliff. This storm is just literally imploding on itself at the moment, so it seems. So that's good because that one's headed right towards the Chicago area. But we do have some other stronger storms, including this one out in Sterling, by the way, which is looking much better on the last couple of scans. Let me see if that's side lobe, if the Davenport radar can confirm that or not. Yeah, it's looking okay. This one's trying to get itself organized. Another instance, look at this. You can see that RFD forming in real time here. And the more that it's able to pinch off this inflow with the FFD, the tighter that little gap gets. I'm going to circle this in black here. The tighter that this little gap gets created by the RFD kind of pinching things off, the more likely we are going to be to get tornado genesis. In fact, this one looks like it might be happening here soon. We could get our first tornado warning of the evening in Illinois on this storm potentially over the next few minutes. Cruz Iva Wooting. Let's see. We got Tom in the chat. We got Cruz. We got Jerry. We got Louis Tech. Kason out there. We got Jord. What else do we got? My father's out there in the chat. All right, we're going to get a live hit from Mikey Plemons here in just a second. Let me go ahead and set this up. As he, like I said, he's out here really close to this storm that I think could be trying to get itself together for tornado genesis in a couple minutes here. Let me just go ahead and get this. We're going to have a chat with Mikey Plemons, who's literally right there. Let's see if I can get this. Here we go. All righty, Mikey, can you hear me?
Yo, yeah.
How you doing?
I'm doing a lot of driving, but see this beautiful thunderstorm in front of me.
Mm-hmm.
Nice rain-free base north of Ashton, Illinois.
Yep.
So you can see really well separated between the precipitation core, and we have our updraft here. Thunder's rumbling, and you can almost even see the cutest little wall cloud ever straight off there.
Yeah.
But we have guts starting to rise up into this thing, and the base is rotating. Like I can visually discern rotation. Doesn't look terrible on radar too. So I'm gonna stick here just for a second to see if this thing can become surface based. Then we have that storm just off over here, which almost looks like it could be tornadic here in the next.
Yeah, the one to your west
half.
looks like it could be pretty concerning here in the next like 20 minutes, and you're like a 10-minute drive from that. So you're in a good spot right now.
Yeah,
you're kind of literally sandwiched in the best two storms.
Pretty much. But you can see got some scuds starting to rise up.
Yeah, I see that. Yeah,
there. Little. Wow, I zoomed in way too far. Might be.
You're good. How's the surface moisture feel? Are you feeling a little too dry, or are you too cold? What's going on out there?
It's moist air flowing into this thing. It's not like overly. Wow, this camera's awful. It's not like overly warm though. And so that's a little concerning.
Yeah.
When I'm thinking about which storm is going to produce a tornado. We want that warm air so those parcels can shoot upwards in the form of a tornado. But yeah, there's inflow. It's just not overly warm. So I might go west.
Yeah, I notice. Actually, that might be the play because just to your east in near Rochelle along 88, I-88, you have 80 over 66 on the latest METAR scan, but just to your west near Sterling, where that other cell is, 81 over 70. So a little bit slimmer of a dew point depression there.
Yeah, I might head that way now.
Yeah, that one looks. I mean, that RFD on that storm to your west is looking really well established. The one you're on is also looking a lot better than it did a few minutes ago too.
Yeah. All right, I'm gonna make a decision. Likely gonna go west. So stay tuned. I got a tractor coming my way. I'm about to get plowed.
All right, be safe out there, brother. We'll be in touch.
All right, see ya.
Alrighty, that was Storm Chaser Mikey Plemons, who is out there. He's near Ashton right now. Let me go ahead and turn on his location. Here he is. So there's Mikey Plemons in the middle of your screen. This is the storm that he was staring at here. Oh, that's going to be tough to see. Let me switch to white. Here's Mikey, and he was staring right at the storm that's, he's sitting under it basically. And when he turned around there and pointed to the west, and the one that we were talking about, that's this one just over here to his southwest. And that one is, you can see that RFD really well established here now on our remote sensing from the radar unit. And that is looking pretty nice here. This one could pose some problems here. And it's, again, near a pretty populated area near Sterling, just north of town. So I'm definitely hoping that it does not put down a tornado. But if it does, Mikey will be all over it to hopefully provide a good visual to any residents who might be in that area so that they can try to, or so that they'll take it more seriously and stay safe with that. So Mikey tuning in or reporting in live from northern Illinois here. Again, he's near Ashton or just southwest of Rochelle, basically between Sterling and Rochelle right now. So he's sandwiched right between the two best storms on the map in terms of tornadic potential at this current moment. I should add a Gareed meteorologist text to my overlay. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like it's kind of like tacky almost, I don't know. I think the language that I use and the way that I describe things hopefully does a decent enough job to let people know that I at least somewhat know what I'm talking about. Legacy Nature, good to see you in the chats. The keyboard it's just a Wu-Ting. I don't honestly know the model of it. My PC is one that I built, so that one would take more time. But yeah, Kason, we can get around to doing that at some point. It's probably not going to be on this broadcast tonight, but Weather Wisdom, good to see you in the chat. We got a lot of folks tuning in to the chat this evening, so definitely good to see everybody, and I hope everyone's doing well and staying safe. It looks like Mikey is looking at a wall cloud with rapid rotation now, by the way. So this is near, again, Rochelle. So we might be seeing potential attempt at tornado genesis here. Look at the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. I'm going to go ahead and make this larger So it's not the bottom left of your screen. This is your full screen now. This is, let me go ahead and refresh this one time. That should, okay, there we go. So now we're looking at the most up-to-date picture from Mikey Plemons here. And you can see we've definitely got a wall cloud going on with this storm. And I know it might be slightly grainy for you guys, but it's definitely there. There's a couple trees that are kind of blocking that view as well. But Mikey's definitely got a solid view here. And in the bottom of your screen, in the radar, kind of in the background, you're going to see this is the storm that we are dealing with here near Rochelle, near Rochelle in northern central Illinois. So this is west of DeKalb and to the northeast of Sterling here, south of Rockford, literally due south of Rockford. So definitely a very populated area. Hopefully this will not put down a tornado. But yeah, look at Mike. You can see him pointing out some of the features there. It's small on my second monitor. I can't see. He's chef's kissing this storm because clearly it's got some well-defined features. I wish I need to find a way to make this larger on my second monitor so I'm not sitting here squinting trying to see what I'm looking at. But here, maybe this is a solution. Let me do this. Okay. This is maybe a solution. We'll see. We'll see how this works for me. But yeah, you can see what appears to be a raggedy lowering on the left middle side of your screen here, where there is definitely a wall cloud attempting to lower. So you can see the base of the mesocyclone. You can also see there's a lot of other cloud cover around this, and you can see that on the radar in the bottom of your screen as well. There are some other cumulus bubbles that are kind of getting sucked into this thing, but this meso is remaining lowered nonetheless. We did just get a tornado warning out in Wisconsin. That was something I haven't looked at Wisconsin in the last few minutes, so we'll go ahead and check in over there. It's looking like today is going to be a pretty active day. So let's see if we can figure out what this tornado warning is on before it pops up. There's a variety of storms that it could, in theory, be on. I would guess it's probably this one. We're going to find out in just a minute when that tornado warning populates. For when I say this one, I mean the storm near Barnveld or Mount Horeb out here. Yep, that's the one. So we got a tornado warning in place out here for Mount Horeb. This is going to be for Dane County, Wisconsin. I'm going to move Mikey back to the bottom left-hand corner for just a minute. Don't worry, he's not going anywhere. You can still see him in the bottom left. But here's a look at that tornado warning that we have in place here in Wisconsin. Another mini supercell type of beat here. That tornado, if there was one, would be just south of Blue Mound. So it'd be right in here. Again, it looks pretty faint on radar, but with these mini supercells, it's that very, very classic faint rotation signature that oftentimes will produce these tornadoes, specifically with these mini supercells when you have a lot of 0 to 1 kilometer storm relative felicity. And later model guidance and what we had in our forecast video this morning has shown an uptick in some of the forecasted shear in the low levels around like the first 3 kilometers of the atmosphere. So that's definitely going to help some things out in terms of these storms becoming tornadic in southern Wisconsin and northern Illinois. So there was the same storm that, the storm just to Mikey's west. There has been a photo I'm seeing on Twitter that I can't share, unfortunately, but it looks like potentially a tornado was ongoing very briefly. It would have been pretty weak if it was ongoing. That one will probably get a tornado warning soon. I'm surprised it didn't get warned before the one in Wisconsin, to be honest with you. That's this one down here, and you can see that RFD is really pinching off that inflow right now. This is prime time tornado genesis moment for the storm. So it doesn't surprise me at all to see that it's at least trying to put down a tornado here. That one probably will get a tornado warning within the next 5 minutes or so. In Mount Horeb, Wisconsin, I don't think there's anything on the ground. We have no confirmation on whether or not there is anything on the ground at this moment. I'm going to shift to our 3-camera mode in a moment here. I just need to get a decent traffic camera. I'm going to see if I can find one that's nearby the storm that we've got. Let me see. This one, none of these are really going to give me the greatest view, are they? It's annoying, but okay. This one will This one's fine. We're going to go to 3-cam mode here. So on the left-hand side of your screen, you're going to be seeing Mikey Plemons, Connor Croft, and then a traffic camera in the bottom left. And again, Mount Horeb, I don't believe there's anything on the ground right now. We have no radar indication that there would be something on the ground, but we are definitely looking at a tornado-warned mini supercell without a doubt. It looks like Mikey's feed is kind of bugged out here. Let me go ahead and refresh this. See if that will work. Give me 1 second here. And there we go. Let's see if that will work for us. All right. Yeah, you can still see that wall cloud on Mikey's feed in the top left, Connor Croft in the middle left-hand side of your screen. And then in the bottom left, you're seeing a traffic camera out of Madison, Wisconsin. So this is generally a pretty populated area. Again, we're just southwest of Madison here near Mount Horeb in Wisconsin, where we have a mini supercell that is rotating, capable of producing a tornado, and we've got a tornado warning on it as a result. This is Dane County in Wisconsin. We also believe that there may have been a brief tornado out here on the cell near Sterling in Illinois. This one could end up with a tornado warning really at any point. As you can see, this RFD still very well defined, that you can see it on remote sensing or radar. Essentially here, a very, very well organized supercell here. That hook is in place, and you have those inflow winds being pinched off, so they're forced to accelerate. We got a question about Peoria, Illinois. I don't believe there's anything going down out there right now, but it's possible that we could see some storms in that neck of the woods later on in the evening, but nothing going on that far south yet. And I don't think that we're going to see anything particularly robust in that area later on this evening either way, but we definitely could see a couple of residual storms make their way down there that could be supercellular or semi-discrete by that point. Look at Mikey Plemons' feed in the top left of your screen, by the way. Just an unbelievable view. I'm going to go ahead and full screen him again for just a moment here, because he's just got it's a stunning view at this storm here in northern Illinois. So the one he is looking at right now is near Rochelle, and there is rotation on that storm. There was a lowering of the meso and a wall cloud a little bit ago. It looks like potentially that wall cloud retreated, and now we're looking at kind of a dimple there in the middle of your screen. That basically it kind of looks like the bottom of a bowl or something like that in the middle top of your screen there, where we very likely are looking at an attempted lowering of the mesocyclone there, as we're getting a little bit messier with that storm near Rochelle. So it's likely going to have a hard time trying to put down a tornado, but it is still going to do its best here. As we can see, there is still a little bit of a lowering. Actually, the camera might just be at a slight angle. Honestly, that might just be the base of a wall cloud. That could be what we're looking at, or an attempted wall cloud trying to form here. As I can't draw on it, but essentially you can see that cloud kind of come down and then go. I'm just going to draw the shape of it at the bottom of your screen here. Watch the shape that I'm drawing out. Here's kind of what that looks like at the top of your screen, where there's like your cloud deck and everything. I think that is essentially that wall cloud that we're seeing. It's just maybe the camera's slightly at an angle, so slightly difficult to tell, but either way, still a storm that has at least some low-level rotation present out there in Illinois. So that's going to be one we have to pay close attention to as well. Again, that one's near Rochelle. But our only tornado warning is the one at the bottom of your screen. I'm going to go ahead and move Mikey back to the left-hand side. Connor Croft there as well, and a traffic camera out of Madison, Wisconsin. Our only tornado warning is near Mount Horeb right now. You're in Pleasant Springs, Wisconsin. I don't know where. Stoughton. You said that. Rural Stoughton. So Pleasant Springs, somewhere around there. Yeah, if you're southwest of Stoughton, or maybe west closer to Oregon, Wisconsin. Why are there multiple Oregons, by the way? There's an Oregon, Illinois right there, and then an Oregon, Wisconsin. But yeah, definitely make sure you're ready for this one, as it is going to eventually be headed towards the greater Stoughton area. It might end up a little bit down to your southwest, maybe towards like Brooklyn or Oaksville. I think that's what that is, or Cooksville, Brooklyn or Cooksville. I drew over the letters there, but Brooklyn or Cooksville definitely could be an area to watch out for. Summit, Illinois. I don't know. Let's see if I can find Summit, Illinois. Yeah, I don't know exactly where Summit, Illinois is. We don't have any tornado warnings out there right now. Again, the cells of concern are centered around Rochelle and Sterling here. One just east of Sterling, and another one that's like literally centered on Rochelle. Looks like Mikey is going to be getting mobile at the top left of your screen there. So he's going to be back on the move. Oh, it's Stoughton. Got it. So again, this might be headed southwest of Stoughton here in Wisconsin, closer to Oregon or Brooklyn. And depending on the path that this storm takes, it could end up in Stoughton as well if it takes a little bit of a turn. A lot of times when these storms undergo tornado genesis, they take a slight turn, especially before occlusion, caused by essentially that rotation in the storm, just kind of manipulating the environment. So again, it may not move in a perfectly straight line. So you definitely need to make sure you're ready for that if you are in the path of this storm potentially. I'll draw kind of a cone here. This is kind of the direction it could move within. I think it's most likely going to stay kind of right down the middle of this towards Brooklyn or Evansville in Wisconsin here, but it doesn't really matter. If you're anywhere that could be in its path, you need to be paying attention just in case here. Look at Mikey Plemons in the top left of your screen, just a wall of rain kind of heading his way here as he is out there in northern Illinois near Rochelle. Ashley says, I'm in Mount Horeb. Well, hopefully you are okay. I don't believe there's a tornado on the ground right now, but it is possible that a weak tornado could be on the ground. If there was one, it would be just southwest of town. You're going to see Mount Horeb is right over here. You can see all that, all the construction, or not the construction, like the urbanization. You're going to see buildings essentially on the map here. And then when I turn the radar back on, where that hook is, or where that tornado would be just along 78 there to your south, a little closer to Dalyville. Didn't mean to zoom in there. Really beautiful structure that Mikey's seeing here. I think he's kind of in the bear's cage of this storm. I think he's sitting right under the mezzo at this point. So if that tornado, or if that storm is going to become tornadic, Mikey's going to be the very first person to know about it. Do I think this storm will make it to Kenosha County? Let me take a look. Probably not. I don't think it's going to be that long-lived, and even if it is that long-lived, it's probably more likely that it doesn't really make it to Kenosha. It kind of goes through Elkhorn and then eventually into northern Illinois there towards North Chicago. It's possible, but pretty unlikely that this one would make it to you. But there will be multiple other storms, so definitely make sure you're on guard for the rest of the night. I do think we are looking at what is going to end up being a pretty decent night here in terms of severe weather. So make sure that everyone who's watching this right now has multiple ways to receive alerts. Look at what Mikey is seeing, by the way. I think he just got absolutely blasted with a wall of rain. Or maybe, okay, it looks like maybe he just zoomed in on something. He's trying to zoom in on something. I was like, how in the world did all of a sudden the screen just go gray? Okay, that's what he's trying to zoom in on. On the left, the top left-hand corner of your screen here, let's take a look at this. Mikey Plemons right now is looking, he's in the bear's cage of the storm. He's staring right up the mezzo right now. If this one's going to become tornadic, it's going to be right in the middle of your screen. You're going to see it when it happens here. There's a little bit of scud there and a little bit of a lowering of the mesocyclone with this storm. Again, that one's near Rochelle in northern central Illinois, just south of Rockford. So again, keep tabs on Mikey's feed. That's going to be in the top left-hand corner of your screen. Storm Chaser Connor Croft in the middle left-hand side of your screen. And then a traffic camera out of Madison in the bottom left. I'm still watching this storm out here near Sterling. That one has been looking pretty solid to me for a little while now. I'm surprised that it hadn't attempted tornado genesis, but there was a report of a possible brief tornado from this storm already. And I'm kind of surprised that we haven't seen a tornado warning on it as a result. You can see that RFD. Let me drag the map a little bit. You can see that RFD still very well established on radar here. When you can see it on radar like this, you know it's looking solid. And a very, very photogenic looking supercell on radar where you have your forward flank downdraft here and your rear flank downdraft that are pinching off those inflow winds. It's like putting your thumb over a garden hose. Those winds have no choice. They have to speed up. The laws of physics describe that. And so those winds have to speed up. Your updraft has to get enhanced as a result when that RFD begins to occlude that inflow off just a little bit. So could be a dangerous situation with a storm that could become tornadic quickly just to the west of Dixon. And this is not an instance where it seems to me like the RFD has undercut your inflow, essentially, where your RFD kind of looks more like this. That doesn't seem to be the case here. It looks like it's really wrapping up back into that inflow to me. So this looks like a case where this storm could easily attempt tornado genesis really at any moment. And you can see that couplet is looking pretty solid here on the latest couple of scans. There's a look at those reds and greens. You have some gate-to-gate action going on here. So this is definitely a storm that I'm going to be continuing to watch very closely as well. Obviously, the most important one is one where we have a tornado warning currently in place near Mount Horeb. That one doesn't look quite as nice on radar to me, and it looks to me like that storm is beginning to weaken. I'm actually going to go ahead and take a look at its echo tops over time here to confirm that, if I can here. Yeah, it looks to me like this storm is beginning to weaken a bit, so that is good news. Hopefully this storm will not remain tornadic. There is still a tornado warning for another 27 minutes. We'll see how long that's going to last for, but a tornado warning nonetheless. Nonetheless. Those hook shapes scare me. Yeah, that one in northern like northwestern Illinois, definitely near Sterling, Illinois. That one definitely concerns me a bit. And then again, the storm near Rochelle, Mikey Plemons, all over that one in the top left-hand corner of your screen. If that one becomes tornadic, he's going to be the first one to see it. Connor Croft in the middle left-hand side of your screen. I actually don't know exactly where he is right now. I need to figure that out at some point. Wow. I have a crazy photo from storm chaser Drew Brummel, who's out in the field as well. And hopefully I'll be able to show that to you guys in just a moment. I got to get confirmation on that photo. That was the photo that I might be able to show you was near Sycamore, Illinois, a little while ago. And it's just actually a stunning photo. I really hope I get to share that with you guys. That's crazy looking. Again, I'm still watching for some scary business potentially out here, as this one looks like it might be trying to recycle. And it could be a matter of 5 minutes before the storm could try to become tornadic again. And it's near Dixon or just northeast of Sterling, right up whatever highway this is, like Highway 2, I guess, that goes northeast out of Sterling. I see Derek and Jared in the chat. Good to see you guys. I hope you're all doing well tonight and staying safe. And I appreciate you guys trusting me as your source for severe weather coverage. It looks like a secondary area of rotation now is beginning to form in a low precipitation environment just to the west of Mount Horeb now. So this is near just to the south of Blue Mounds or Barnveld, the same area where our current rotation that is tornado warned originated from. As that cell begins to weaken off, we have a new one that appears to be trying to form pretty quickly here. And that is consistent over 2 scans. I don't believe that is contamination. So we're going to continue to watch that one as well. Again, storm chaser Mikey Plemons, top left of your screen, Connor Croft, middle left of your screen, and then a traffic camera in the bottom left of your screen. I really hope I get to share this photo from Drew Brummel here in just a minute. My goodness, this is going to blow your guys' mind if I get to show this photo. I hope he's posting this on Twitter or something, because this is nuts. Oh, okay, he did post it on Twitter. I'm gonna go, actually, instead of just showing you guys the photo, I'm just gonna drop it in the chat so you guys can show Drew some love. Look, everyone go take a quick look at Twitter if you're into that type of thing and you look at Twitter. This photo is breathtaking. And look at what Mikey's seeing right now. We have a significant lowering of the mesocyclone. This storm should probably get tornado warned here in northern Illinois. What in the world? When did this just happen? Did that just happen in the last like 30 seconds? This thing is trying to touch down quick, it looks like. Look at the top left-hand corner of your screen. I'm going to make this larger here. Take a look at what Mikey Plemons is seeing. We're getting rapid lowering of the mesocyclone here. This is near Rochelle, Illinois. Here's a look in the bottom of your screen. This is where Mikey is at in this circle in the bottom of your screen there, just west of Rochelle. And we have a rapid lowering of the mesocyclone here coming out of Mikey Plemons in northern central Illinois, where it looks like this storm is going to try to become tornadic quickly. This should probably get tornado warned here. I don't know if the National Weather Service office is going to have Mikey's feed open, but if they do and they see this, they're probably going to tornado warn this. As we have what seems to be a rapidly rotating wall cloud that is lowering quickly. As that pressure begins to drop, it's able to condense even lower and lower down to the surface, and that pressure drops as that rotation increases. Yeah, Mikey Plemons is all over this. He's moving right now. I think he's got to try and get ahead of this. I don't actually know what direction he's going in. To be honest, I would assume he's going south back to 38 because he's just north of 38 right now. And I'm guessing that this rotation is actually on the backside of this storm to his west. But I'm not sure on that. We're gonna find out soon. But man, that was a crazy view from Mikey Plemons there for just a minute. We're going to come back to him as soon as he's got another angle on this. He's moving right now, so we'll come back to him in just a minute. Again, we do have a tornado warning still in place out here to the southwest of Madison, Wisconsin. That's near Mount Horeb. Now, I don't think that original tornado warning poses much of any threat, but there is potentially a secondary mini supercell just like literally a mile behind that storm that's trying to form right now, and that one's just south of Blue Mound. So that's another area that we have to watch for the same tornado warning region for Dane County, Wisconsin over the next few minutes. So we're going to stay with that for sure. And again, Mikey Plemons, just a few moments ago, had an absolutely insane view there. Check Hinton, Oklahoma. There's a wildfire that you can see on radar. Okay, well, I'll get down there if we have a like quiet second for a moment here. There's a lot of tornado threat going on. I don't want to take away from that for any folks who might be scared in those areas that need to get weather information. I don't want to take that away from them. But we can try to get down there at some point. Again, we are looking at multiple areas of rotation out here in Illinois. It looks like this one near Dixon or just northeast of Sterling, Illinois, is attempting a recycle here, as that RFD is really just well established and coming close to undercutting our inflow at this point. So it looks like that rotation is beginning to fall apart and weaken a bit. It's going to need another recycle here before it could do anything significant. But the one where Mikey Plemons is at near Rochelle, we saw a crazy lowering there just a minute ago, and I wasn't really seeing anything that stuck out to me on radar. Perhaps it was this. So we saw a brief tightening in our rotation just west of Rochelle. So likely that has been lifted at this point here. Looks like we just had an upgrade on a severe thunderstorm warning to a considerable. I didn't see where that came out of. I was still reading it when it just faded away on me. We got a question from Nico Games saying, am I safe in Lake Geneva? I'm going to need to figure out where that is. So you got to give me a second. Oh, okay. Yeah. Lake Geneva, you're definitely safe right now. But you do have stronger storms that are going to be headed your way later on into this evening. You're going to see a tornado warned storm is kind of headed your direction. Now, it's not going to be that same tornado threat that's going to be headed your direction by the time it gets there, as these are mini supercells. It's not going to likely be a very long-lived tornado that would make it all the way to you, but it could recycle, and there could be a new storm even that develops by the time all of our convection makes its way to your neck of the woods near Lake Geneva. So definitely make sure that you have your phone on with multiple ways to receive alerts, just in case any robust rotation does end up heading your way. I'm still watching this deal here near Dalyville, or just south of Blue Mounds. Definitely still going to continue to watch that one for a second area of concern here. You don't have a phone? Okay, well, if your family has phones, or hopefully there are some tornado sirens in your area, maybe if you happen to have a NOAA weather radio, that would help as well. The West Chicago suburbs are good for right this moment, but that's probably not going to last that long. We are going to be seeing some stronger storms generally in the vicinity that could head down your direction. You're going to see a line of mini supercells all the way from Dubuque back through Madison, and then other mini supercells all the way across I-88, essentially. So different areas of storms that could be making their way down towards you over time here. What does it look like in Verona, Wisconsin? Verona? Let's find it. 1 second. Verona. Let's see. Okay, that's just southwest of Madison. Okay, I got it. So you should be okay there. I think this storm is going to stay just to your southwest. Now you're going to hear tornado sirens, and you should take that seriously. You should still be in a safe place, just in case. But the tornado threat is likely going to stay just to your southwest. Now it depends exactly where you are in Verona, but if you're kind of like right here at the intersection of like 151 and 18, for example, then you're probably going to be okay. The storm should stay just to your southwest. It should take a path, something a little bit like this. So definitely make sure that you have multiple ways to receive notifications just in case. Am I okay if I'm on a hill in a house? Hills do not stop tornadoes. I know that's a common myth. So definitely it's not going to make you automatically safe, but in general, I think you'll be okay down there, at least for the moment, near Lake Geneva. You got a long ways to go before any storms make it your way. All right, we keep losing Mikey's feed. I don't know why. See if I can keep refreshing him. I'm going to try and make sure that we can keep his feed up, as he's right in the meat of everything near Rochelle right now. You're going to notice on the right-hand side of your screen all those dots popping up. You're going to see Mikey Plemons right over here. He's just near Ashton. So it actually looks like he's abandoning the Rochelle cell, and he's headed now down to the one that's near Sterling. Yeah, I see a photo of that wall cloud on the Dixon storm. So that's, again, the one just northeast of Sterling here. This is the one that's the most concerning to me. You're going to see a bunch of folks out there, including Brandon Kopic, because who else would be out there? And that's actually where Drew Brummel is headed right now, one of our other storm chasers who is not live tonight, but he is reporting from the field, sending photos and taking video for us. There are no tornadoes on the ground at the moment, as far as we know. We do have a tornado warning in place. Again, that's going to be just southwest of Madison here, near Mount Horeb. And yeah, that original area of rotation doesn't seem super threatening to me. These are mini supercells out here. But there is a secondary area near Dalyville that looks like it's trying to get going. So that's going to be one to remain attentive to, just in case here. And the storm that's near Dixon or Sterling is still looking pretty concerning to me, especially with that wall cloud that we've been seeing. Look at what Connor Croft's got a view on right now in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. I'm guessing that he's on this storm too, because it wouldn't really make sense for him to have a view like that if he was anywhere else. Connor Croft sitting right under this thing, stuck in the chair as he's recovering from ACL surgery. So he can't really get out of the vehicle very much, at least, but he's still there. And there's definitely a lowering on this storm near Dixon. Okay. Again, it's still that tornado warning has just been lifted, by the way, in Wisconsin. So No longer a tornado warning in Wisconsin, which is good news. And again, that's the storm just southwest of Madison. I'm still watching this new one here near Dalyville and just southwest of Mount Horeb. That could be a new tornado threat. It looks like that one's trying to establish an RFD right now. If it's able to successfully do so, this one could become tornadic over time here. Nico, a lake doesn't necessarily affect, or it doesn't really impact how safe you are. Just in general, make sure that you have multiple ways to receive alerts just in case something is headed your way down there. Texas Indoor Baseball, good to see you in the chat. Again, there is a lot going on this afternoon, evening. I didn't expect initiation to be quite as soon as it was, to be honest with you. I wasn't planning to go live until about now. We've already been live for about 45 minutes here. Really, really cool view on the top left of your screen from Mikey Plemons there, who is, it's like almost an optical illusion. It looks like there's a giant wall in front of him, which is kind of insane. And then Connor Croft in the middle left of your screen, he is out there trying to get on this storm as well. He's on the one that's near Dixon, I believe. All right, we're gonna get another quick conversation here from Mikey Plemons in just a moment, and a quick update on where he is at. He is actually really close to one of our other storm chasers, Drew Brummel. You're going to see there's Drew and there's Mikey right around Ashton here, and they are not far from where Brandon Kopic is on the Dixon storm, and I think that's where Connor Croft is as well. We're going to get a live hit here from Mikey in just a moment. I'm going to go ahead and set this up. And let's go ahead. Let me go ahead and I'm going to put his feed in the bottom left, and let's get a quick conversation. Alrighty, Mikey, can you hear me all right?
Yep.
How's it going out there? I saw you tossing some grass around.
Yeah, I was checking the winds and if it was the storm I wanted to stay on.
Yeah.
But no, in all reality, I think it's too cold over there. I'm not gonna lie. I think the is a bit too cold. It was just like we had nice RFD inclusion, nice healthy wall clouds, like two funnel clouds. One was rotating very rapidly over my head. But I just couldn't get it done. Couldn't drill down to the surface. I think this storm to the west looks like it already has produced a tornado. A lot better environment thermodynamic wise. So I had there. We can get it when it's the most mature. Got to go through the core of it though. Gonna hook slice.
Yeah, you're gonna have to either core punch this Johnson and dip south of it, or you're gonna have to just hook slice it right around the backside. It's gonna be a tough one with the way it's kind of centered over I-88. It's gonna make it difficult, but I think you'll be in a good spot here. It's got to recycle right now, so you got a little bit of time to get over there, and you're already very close.
Yeah, it looks like it's recycling, and it looks like we're about to start entering precip. I'm gonna punch right through this.
Yep, I see that. Yeah, you are not far from it.
Yep.
Drew, by the way, right. Drew Brummel is very close to you, and so is Connor.
Yeah, I think he's just south of me.
Yeah,
Drew, on the interstate. I'm on some state route.
Yep, and Connor is planted under that mesocyclone right now that you're driving towards.
Yes, sir. You can see it towering up there.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, I know. It looked like an optical illusion a minute ago, what you had there. That was pretty crazy.
Yeah. I'm gonna let you go.
Alrighty, sounds good, my friend. Be safe, and we'll chat with you very soon. All right, I know it was just a little bit laggy, but that was storm chaser Mikey Plemons. Again, him, Drew, and Connor Croft are all headed right towards the storm here in Dixon. You're going to see that. I mean, that's where Connor Croft is in the middle left of your screen. Mikey's headed there right now. Just saw a funnel cloud and a wall cloud on that storm near Rochelle. As that one actually, it's almost looking a little better on the last couple of scans. So it'll be interesting to see what happens there, as it looks like new rotation developing. right over Rochelle. That could be one that could end up with a tornado warning here soon, potentially, and could send Mikey right back where he just came from. As he's really in the perfect position to just go south, get on 88, and drive right towards it. So again, for context, Mikey's in Ashton right now. He could just go south, right to the interstate, and then follow it up to the northeast, and literally be right. He'd have the perfect view on this if it is going to become tornadic. So he's in the best spot he could possibly be. Connor Croft planted right under this cell here in Dixon, which is believed to have produced a brief tornado earlier. Okay. Yeah, the Rochelle storm, this is definitely some clear air contamination here, but it looks like this storm is really trying, because you could see it from the Davenport radar as well. It's definitely trying. There's some contamination in there for sure. But this storm is definitely trying here. So again, a lot going on here tonight. No tornado warnings at the moment, which is the good news, but we're probably going to see more tonight, and potentially a couple of tornadoes. So we have a lot to do here. Quite a lot to cover tonight. And I appreciate everybody trusting myself and our team with your storm chasing, or your severe weather coverage, excuse me. And of course, we have incredible storm chasers out in the field right now. Yeah, Nico, I would never, I never trust a weather app. Yeah, again, so what you're seeing here looks like a violently rotating couplet, right? But it's not. It is definitely a rotating couplet, but what you're going to notice here is where you have those really bright greens right in here is associated with nothing on in terms of your reflectivity. So essentially, you're having a little bit of clear air contamination. And so what's happening here is a little bit of side lobe action, where essentially the radar believes that it's watching or it's recording, measuring very high velocities there in that inflow region, but in reality, it's really not. So it's a little bit skewed. Like, for example, you'll see when you look at your normalized rotation here, you'll see that it is slightly offset potentially from where it maybe would be. You would normally see it maybe centered more about right over here, for example. And it's kind of centered like just slightly off from where it should be. There's various things. Again, this still may get tornado warned, and it might still need to be tornado warned, because regardless of that radar frame, even if you go up in the tilt angles if you go up in the tilt angles here, you're going to see that you still have a pretty solid rotating mesocyclone nonetheless. And the same thing is true from the Davenport radar here. The storm near Rochelle is definitely rotating pretty good, even at the mid level. So it's going to be one that we have to watch very, very closely. Caleb saying that there is a report out of that storm that was warned just southwest of Madison with a brief tornado. I haven't really seen. I'm not seeing anything on Spotter Network with any tornado reports, but I'm definitely not calling him a liar, obviously. But yeah. So again, Drew, Mikey, and Connor Croft all headed towards the Dixon cell right now. Mikey potentially making a U-turn as he's going down south to 88 right now, and I'm basically commentating him at this point. You can see Drew is core punching right now to get south of this storm near Dixon so that he can have a good view on it. He's going to be pretty close to where Connor Croft is at within moments here. And then Mikey is, I believe, maybe headed in that direction. He's going to get on 88 here and either go back up northeast to the Rochelle storm, or he's going to go southwest to the Dixon storm. So we're going to see what happens here in just a few moments. Okay, he called it in. Got you. Sweet. The best environment for tornadoes tonight is wherever we're going to have really the best surface moisture here. So you're going to see areas like just west of Rockford, a 78 over 75 dew point. That's a dew point depression of 3 degrees Fahrenheit. That is a pretty favorable environment. The name of the game here is really getting these storms to be a little bit more surface based here. So, for example, in some of these areas, such as near Sterling, for example, which is one of our main storms of concern, is just northeast of there. That's a 12 degree dew point depression, 82 degree temperature, and 70 degree dew point. So dew points in the 70s is good, but a dew point depression of 12 is not exactly ideal. So that's going to be something to watch out for, especially as nighttime comes along here and we get an uptick in the low level jet. And we also get an uptick, or I guess I should say a downtick. We get an uptick in our relative humidity, essentially, because our temperatures will drop, but our moisture content will stay the same. So that dew point depression will decline a bit, and we will have a more saturated environment at the low levels, which is what we need. The storms near Madison don't really look concerning to me at all, by the way. Any of these could pose the risk for becoming more robust. The one near Rochelle now is a better look at why you don't jump the gun when you see some crazy looking rotation. Look how quickly it vanishes here. And it's not that it vanished. It's really just that it was never there, because what you were seeing in this area was that side lobe contamination here. So now that is gone, essentially. This is still a storm that could become capable of producing a tornado later on. It is tagged tornado possible as a result on that severe thunderstorm warning here. You can see highlighted in blue. Do I know where we're expecting the storms to hit within the next hour? Yeah, I mean, basically anywhere that you have convection right now, which is a lot of different areas, just draw an arrow out slightly in front of them to the southeast, because that's where they're all headed. It's going to be kind of sporadic on which storms are able to sustain themselves and which ones collapse. So there are going to be a lot of layers to this to decide. It's not like this is going to be a very well connected line of storms here over the next hour or so. It might get that way eventually later on this evening, but not over the next hour. So it's going to be more scattered and isolated. Apparently that tornado is still on the ground in Wisconsin via Ben Richmond. I will say it on radar, it doesn't look concerning at all. I mean, literally nothing on radar looks concerning to me, like even remotely. I guess this could be what we're looking at. A weak tornado here. In theory, that could be it. So it could be a very low precip hook here on this storm just south of Mount Horeb. So that's possible. Again, still watching the storm near Dixon very closely, as it is quickly trying to establish a new RFD here, as that storm is recycled, spent a while recycling. You're going to see that new RFD starting to form on radar here. And that's going to continue to pinch off that inflow. Again, the more that inflow is pinched off, it's like putting your thumb over a garden hose. Those winds have to speed up as a result. So it looks like Mikey is going to be heading back east now towards the Rochelle storm again. So you can follow along with him in the top left of your screen. He's got a pretty good view on that storm right now. I'm going to make him larger just a moment, or for just a moment here, so you guys can see what he is looking at off in the distance is going to be the base of that mesocyclone there. You can see a very, very well organized base of the storm. Unfortunately, there are some trees and whatnot blocking it. We might get a view. There we go. Yeah, that's a pretty well organized lowering of the storm there. So that's where Mikey is going to be headed. A lot of folks are on these storms. You're going to see all sorts of spotter dots out here on the map. And you're also going to see that Drew Brummel has now made it out He's made it out of that core, so he successfully has core punched, and now him, Connor Croft, and for example, Brandon Kopic are all kind of sitting in here underneath this mesocyclone, which is rapidly trying to recycle and could spit out a new tornado soon. Unfortunately, we don't have a live feed from Drew, but we do from Connor Croft, who's in the same spot in the middle left-hand side of your screen. Any tornadoes today so far in Illinois and Wisconsin? Nothing confirmed by the National Weather Service. However, there have been 2 reported tornadoes, one in just southwest of Madison, and then another one back towards Dixon in northern Illinois, northwestern Illinois here, kind of towards like Sterling. Yeah, Liam, I did have a severe thunderstorm warning at some point today. It was at like 4 a.m., I believe, and the storm didn't even really fully hit us here. Again, still watching Mikey Plemons in the top left of your screen, staring at the base of that mesocyclone. That just looks very photogenic. Great structure on that storm. You can see the instability with all those different plumes in the storm there. Just a very photogenic storm. Really, really beautiful storm there. And Mikey is punching very, very hard back towards his northeast.
A new tornado warning.
We did just get a new tornado warning. Is that in North Carolina? I think we just got a new tornado warning in North Carolina. I haven't paid any mind down there in a little while. I guess I'll go ahead and check in on that. Probably right here. Could be there. Could be over here near Seven Lakes. Potentially multiple areas where spin-up tornadoes could be possible. One just north of Siler City, another one maybe closer to Seven Lakes. So we'll see where this tornado warning populates in just a moment here. But look at what Mikey's looking at in the top left of your screen, by the way. Just really crazy view on this storm. I'm going to see if I can get looks like I'm not going to be able to get a traffic camera on that storm, unfortunately. But this tornado warning is going to be near Troy. So it's for this region right here of rotation that's attempting to wrap up. You can see over the last couple of scans right over near Star or just to the west of Robbins here. So that is a tornado warning that'll last for 25 minutes here as that area continues over towards Glendon, Robbins, eventually maybe towards Sanford in North Carolina. So we're in central North Carolina is what we're looking at here. But there really are multiple areas that maybe could get warned on this storm, to be honest with you. Another one just north of Siler City. That one intrigues me for sure. And then maybe another one near Seven Lakes as well. So multiple different spin-up tornado threats out here in North Carolina. Again, just look at the view that Mikey Plemons has. This dude has an absolute nose for just getting the craziest views the last couple of weeks, even the last couple of months. I mean, just unreal. The view that he's got on this storm right now. Just a really photogenic bowl-shaped supercell here. Just absolutely gorgeous. You can see a great lowering of the mesocyclone there on the middle left of your screen. Just a beautiful storm. It looks like a raggedy wall cloud starting to form with that storm. Oh yeah, 100% we've got a raggedy wall cloud in that storm. So an attempt at tornado genesis here, it seems. Look at the hail core in Nebraska. Okay. Check on it. We did just get a considerable severe thunderstorm warning out here in South Dakota. But yeah, this view that Mikey has is absolutely nuts. We're going to keep him in the top left of your screen. We do have a massive looking hail core. This could end up with a destructive severe thunderstorm warning potentially here near Smithwick. So this is not far from the Badlands here in South Dakota. Let's take a look at that hail core as that thing just looks insane. My goodness. So just a ridiculous looking hail core, well-sheared environment. Look at all those silvers and grays getting into here. An absolutely ridiculous looking hail core. This could end up as a destructive with up to baseball-sized hail, to be honest with you. This is a very powerful looking updraft. Right now it's tagged for 2-inch hail. It would not shock me at all to see this become a 4-inch hail situation here. I don't think we have anything going on in Nebraska. I'm assuming you just meant South Dakota. But we have a crazy looking hail core here near Smithwick. When you look at your possibility of severe hail, again, that's just an algorithmic derivation essentially, but 100%, all that white means 100%. That's a massive area where the algorithm thinks you're going to have severe hail. And my goodness, that is insane. Those browns and whites getting into there, that's actually ridiculous. This is a very, very, very ridiculous hail core, and this may get upgraded to a destructive severe thunderstorm warning here. Again, we do have a considerable severe thunderstorm warning in Alabama as well. Actually, I don't know. So this one's out here near Newville. That's going to be for 70-mile-per-hour winds, as it looks like we have a microburst going on here. Yep, we definitely have a microburst going on here near Newville. And then again, a tornado warning still in place. And we could see multiple other tornado warnings get put in place out here in North Carolina. But this one near Robbins is definitely interesting looking here. And this is only at about 3,600 feet in the air, where you have a couplet that's trying to wrap up, essentially. So if these reds can pull around the back just a little bit like that, we're going to be seeing what could be very quick tornado genesis just near Robbins. So if you're in that tornado warning for Chatham, Montgomery, and Moore and Randolph counties, definitely make sure you're getting yourself to a basement of some kind or a storm shelter, some sort of a sturdy structure for sure. Okay, now let's get back up towards our storms in Illinois. This is the Rochelle storm that Mikey is headed towards. That one is beginning to take on a little bit nicer of a shape here. And what appears to be a new couplet is forming. And then, of course, Connor Croft is on the storm in the middle left of your screen near Eldina, just southeast of Dixon. But look at what Mikey's got a view on. That's definitely a wall cloud coming out of that storm in the top left of your screen. Let's go ahead and make him larger here. Oh, okay. What just happened? I think I wasn't looking fully live there a second ago. But on the right-hand side of your screen, this is going to show up when these trees get out of the way here. Just a really crazy-looking wall cloud on the right-hand side of your screen. For this storm that is near Rochelle. And that's where Mikey Plemons is at right now, I believe. There he is. Yeah, he's just near Stewart here in Illinois. So he has got a crazy looking wall cloud on this storm. All right, we're going to put him back on the left-hand side since there are a lot of trees where he's at right now and structures that are blocking his view here. But we're going to have a crazy look at this here in a little while. Looks like Connor Croft maybe is heading to that storm as well, as he's now pointing his camera off in the distance on the middle left-hand side of your screen. So that'll be something to watch. And it looks like Mikey is trying to look to his left. So I believe this is just to his north. He's headed eastbound right now through Stewart. And that rotation where that wall cloud should be is just to his north. Assuming he's down here near Stewart. And it looks like it's really trying to wrap up out there. So this is going to be one we got to watch pretty closely. And yeah, he's trying to give us a view here on the top left of your screen. We'll see if we can get another view on this here in a moment. All that raggedy looking scud at the bottom here of the base of your mesocyclone, very indicative of a storm that is desperately trying to rotate. Whether it's robustly rotating or not is one thing. And there's your upgrade to that destructive severe thunderstorm warning in South Dakota, as that one's been upgraded now to baseball-sized hail, I would assume, like we just talked about a moment ago, as that is a pretty violent looking hail core there. Definitely would total a vehicle if you were in that. Thankfully, it's not really over any like major interstates or anything like that, but it is near Highway 18 and Highway 385, roads that I've driven on personally. So hopefully there aren't a lot of folks out there right now. And we're going to wait a second to see when that gets upgraded to a destructive here so that I can see what it's tagged for specifically. There it is. So it's tagged with up to baseball-sized hail now. So 60-mile-per-hour winds, baseball-sized hail going to be possible in there. And again, this is a radar-indicated situation. We're going to take another quick look at that hail core for a moment. And you can see it's just absolutely monstrous. I mean, this thing looks ridiculous. I know it's slightly like cut off here by the storm chasers on the right hand side of your, or the left hand side of your screen, but look at the silvers here in the middle of your updraft. This is unreal. This is a very, very powerful hail core out here, and one that is a destructive severe thunderstorm capable of dropping baseballs made of ice out of the sky. This is not one that you want to play around with. So if you're out there in Fall River or South Dakota County 113, definitely make sure that you are paying close attention to that storm. And again, we are still dealing with a tornado warning near Robbins here in North Carolina as well. That is one that doesn't look like a tornado could be on the ground right now, but it could spin one up very soon. And then we still have that wall cloud that Mikey Plemons is looking at in the top left-hand corner of your screen, which looks kind of insane, to be honest with you. He's staring right up the gut of this mesocyclone in the top left-hand corner of your screen. He's got a crazy view. Just a vicious looking wall cloud in the top left of your screen here. Very raggedy, or perhaps not a wall cloud at this point. It might have rescinded just enough where it's just kind of the kind of some scud, raggedy scud at the lowering of your meso here. It's hard to tell exactly what I'm seeing because he's like right under it. But this is still a very strong storm nonetheless. And what at least appeared to me, or appears to me, to be a rather robust looking wall cloud. Let me full screen him and see if that helps me out here. I think he's just right under it. I think we're literally staring like up a wall cloud right now. You can almost see the edge of what might be a wall cloud at the top. Now we're looking down again. Yeah, okay. Now that he's panned the camera down, we can tell he's literally sitting underneath this thing. So Mikey is right in the heart of this. We can turn on his spotter dot here, and we're going to see in just a moment. Let me go ahead and go back to 3-camp mode. On the right-hand side of your screen, you're going to see Mikey Plemons is northbound now, and he's right here. He's literally staring right up the gut of the mesocyclone here. So he's got the position of all positions right now. I mean, he's literally sitting under. He's parked like right under it almost. Like not, okay, there's your wall cloud. Yeah, there's your wall cloud. Okay. So we've most certainly got a wall cloud here. Let's take a look at what Mikey's seeing. This is nuts. We've most certainly got a raggedy wall cloud here. It doesn't look like it's rapidly rotating, but it definitely is a rotating wall cloud lowering out of the bottom of your mesocyclone. And it's pretty surface based. I mean, if this one squeezes itself, we're going to get tornado genesis here. That is the definition. Okay. It's definitely rapidly rotating too. Now that I'm seeing it for a minute here. Or maybe not rapidly rotating, but it's definitely rotating. You can see that scud's kind of spinning around here. I wish I could do a mini time lapse, but especially on the left-hand side of that wall cloud. Watch the left hand. Oh, we lost his feed for a second. Let me try that again. Okay, watch the left-hand side of that wall cloud where you can see through like the cracks in the scud on the back side of the wall cloud, the far side, you can see it going from right to left. And then on the near side, closest to the camera, you can see it going from left to right here. It's really difficult to see in real time, especially with the feed cutting out a little bit, but definitely a wall cloud. It does look to be potentially tightening here. So we might see a funnel cloud come out of this here in just a moment. Definitely one to watch, or it could recede. So there are two options here, essentially. We might see this try to squeeze out a tornado in the next minute or two, or this one could retract back up into the meso a little bit and have to undergo a recycle. And hopefully it's going to be the latter, but if we do get a tornado, we are going to see it. Mikey is literally sitting right underneath this thing right now. I mean, he's staring up the gut of it. But definitely a robust wall cloud in place nonetheless. How is Aurora, Illinois going to look? You're probably going to have some sort of storms, at least nearby, that could cause you some problems. That's somewhere right outside of Chicago. There it is. So this storm is kind of headed your direction, the one that Mikey's on right now with that wall cloud. It's basically headed right towards Aurora. So you're probably going to see some form of severe weather with this storm. I don't think it's going to dissipate before it gets to you. Whether that's going to be a tornado or not, we're kind of going to find out here pretty soon, as we are literally staring at the wall cloud and the lowering of the mesocyclone on this storm here. Mikey just has an unbelievable view on this. Mikey Plemons, man, he has been one of the most underrated and one of the hottest storm chasers in the game over the last couple of months, like through this whole summer. The dude has been killing it. Anytime this guy chases, he's on something crazy, and he chases a lot. Yeah, this storm is too far. Even if this is not tornado warned right now, even if it were tornado warned, you would not hear tornado sirens in Chicago. This is pretty far to your west right now. This is near Rochelle, just east of Rochelle. That's a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning that's been upgraded now in Louisiana for up to 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts there as well. That's going to include St. Tammany, either county or parish. I don't know which one that is in Louisiana there. Again, we are still looking at a destructive severe thunderstorm warning out in South Dakota. And that is dropping baseballs made of ice out of the sky. That will total your vehicle. If it hits you on the head, it could literally be lethal. So a dangerous situation for sure. And it looks like that hail core is beginning to deplete, which means a lot of those baseballs are falling out of the sky right now, if they haven't fallen out of the sky already. So definitely a dangerous situation near Ulrichs or Smithwick out here, maybe just west of Oglala, out here in southwestern South Dakota, near the Badlands. You're going to see, I don't remember exactly where Wall is. It's somewhere around here. We're near the Badlands. Near the Black Hills, near the Badlands. I don't remember exactly where Wall is. Why am I losing my mind right now? Doesn't really matter. The point is that this is a destructive severe thunderstorm warning dropping baseballs out of the sky. That's the important takeaway here. I'm really surprised that this Illinois storm has not been tornado warned at this point. I mean, there are multiple chasers broadcasting this right now. I mean, this is a rapidly rotating, or it was a rapidly rotating wall cloud, at least for a few moments there. You're going to see that wall cloud in the top left has definitely receded just a little bit. So hopefully that will remain the case. Here's a look at what Mikey Plemons is seeing right now. You're going to see a lot of scud being yanked on into this storm. You're going to see some of that weird looking cloud action kind of right in the middle of your screen there. But this storm is really, really trying to cycle and establish itself here. Does Joliet have to worry at the moment? At the moment, no. Yeah, this storm is a little bit a ways away from you for the moment. Again, in the top left, you're watching Mikey Plemons. In the middle left, you're watching Connor Croft. In the bottom left, we're looking at a traffic camera right now that's near Madison. I might swap that out for a different one here. See if I can find anything decent. It's fine. We'll try this one for now. And again, on the right-hand side of your screen, we're looking at what's going on right now with this storm on radar. And it looks like it might need a recycle here, and that's why that wall cloud has rescinded or retracted, receded. I don't even know what language I should use. It's gone back up into the storm. It has in fact pulled back up into the storm. So again, this is not one that looks like it's about to put down a tornado right now. Although maybe it looks like it's starting to come back down a little bit here. Again, this storm is recycling in real time. Look at that bowl-shaped lowering of the mesocyclone there. Just like, it looks like an upside-down volcano, essentially. So a pretty strong rotation in the mesocyclone. And again, this is just southeast of Rochelle in Illinois here. Just a crazy view from Mikey Plemons on this thing. He has just been all over this. Yeah, 6 to 8 p.m. is probably a pretty good estimate for when storms will make their way into the Chicago metro. But this one is just east of Stewart, or to the northwest of Waterman, southwest of DeKalb, that and southeast of Rochelle. That's the most concerning storm on the map by far right now. There's still maybe some rotation trying to reestablish itself near Lee Center. southeast of Dixon. So that's one to watch as well. And it looks like our storm that Mikey Plemons is staring at the mesocyclone of is attempting a recycle. Connor Croft is headed that direction now, also, it appears. So you're seeing a view from right under that wall cloud or that lowering of the mesocyclone. I don't know if that's a rotating wall cloud at this point. It definitely was at least a bit ago. And then in the middle left-hand side of your screen, you're seeing Connor Croft's view from a little bit further away as he's driving towards this storm right now. None of these storms are heading southwest. They're all moving to the southeast. To answer that question there. Again, there are other dangerous thunderstorms down in the south right now. There's a couple of considerable severe thunderstorms for some downbursting action. This one might get downgraded pretty soon here, but it definitely was more threatening a little bit ago. You're going to see these really bright colors here. We're showing up on our velocities with a downburst here near Headland here in southeastern Alabama. And then towards Louisiana and Mississippi, there's a couple of other stronger storms as well. One of them near Brookhaven, where there are a handful of storms that are producing potentially some pretty strong damaging winds on the order of 70 miles per hour still. And then another one that appeared to downburst here near Madisonville in Louisiana or Covington. And then we still have that tornado warning in North Carolina, which doesn't seem super concerning to me, but it is still worth paying attention to because a tornado could quickly spin up at any minute with this type of QLCS threat. So it's still one to pay attention to, just not one that I'm particularly worried about. And then, of course, our number one concern is back towards Illinois. And this is near DeKalb or Rochelle, where we have a pretty robust looking supercell. And it looks like we're trying to get going again. Take a look at that in the top left-hand corner of your screen. You're going to see that wall cloud trying to reform again and start to lower down closer to the surface. So let's take a look at what Mikey Plemons is seeing right now. You can see how raggedy that is. So a lot of scud with this storm, a lot of low pressure with these winds trying to tighten up and intensify here. So if we can stretch that vortex down to the surface, we would in fact have a tornado. So it's going to be one that we have to watch pretty closely here. I'm kind of surprised that this hasn't been tornado warned at any point. I mean, and you can see from both Mikey Plemons and Connor Croft, they're staring at the same storm here. Mikey's kind of under it, and Connor is just off to the southwest of it. Both of them are on this storm here that is just to the southeast of Rochelle or just to the southwest of DeKalb here in Chicago, in Illinois, pretty far west of Chicago, not in Chicago, excuse me. We are due west of Chicago. Here's downtown Chicago, and we are pretty far out to the west here. And I'm still watching this one again very, very closely here. I will say it looks like maybe those echo tops are starting to fall down a bit with this storm, so it could be losing some steam. That would be the ideal situation here. But we have to stay with it nonetheless, as that tornado risk is going to continue as long as this storm can remain alive and semi-discrete, which it is fully discrete at the moment. And you can see in Mikey Plemons' feed in the top left, that wall cloud, not nearly as robust as it was earlier. Potentially a funnel trying to form there. It's hard to tell with the angle, but we could be looking at a funnel cloud coming out of this storm right now from Mikey Plemons' feed in the top left. Let's go ahead and make him larger here. That looks to definitely be a funnel cloud here. This one looks like it's trying to reach down to the surface right now. So we might be watching tornado genesis on this storm right now. Again, so I know this isn't tornado warned, but this could be an attempt at tornado genesis right now. This is just to the southeast of Rochelle, southwest of DeKalb. So if you're in that area, you definitely need to make sure that you are getting yourself ready for a potential tornado here. This is going to be kind of just south of I-88. As it looks like we are attempting to get a vortex stretched down to the surface here. I mean, this storm is trying very hard right now. I really have no idea why this is not severe or tornado warned at this point, to be honest with you. It's attempted tornado genesis multiple times, and this one even spat out a funnel cloud here. It's not stretched all the way to the surface. It looks like it's starting to retract a little bit, so hopefully it won't touch down. But this has attempted tornado genesis multiple times now. Connor Croft has another view on this, by the way. He's just slightly further away. And he's on I believe a slightly different side of it. And yeah, this what seemed like it might have been a funnel cloud there. It was hard to tell on my second monitor if it's really rotating well or not. Regardless, that doesn't look like it's going to be able to make it down to the surface right this second. It's retracting just a little bit here. Nonetheless, it's trying. I mean, this storm is absolutely trying to do it. As Mikey is continuing to stay on the move here to try and stay with this. We're going to go ahead and put him back on the left-hand side. Connor Croft there on the left-hand side as well. I'm going to get rid of this traffic camera and just let both of these feeds be slightly larger on the left-hand side of your screen from both Mikey and Connor Croft here. Again, this storm is really trying to do it. And it looks like that funnel cloud is retracting back into the storm, which is, again, good news. But it's not going to take a lot for this storm to try and recycle. It's already recycled 3 different times to try and put down a tornado. And each time it has gotten, honestly, more and more concerning looking. So, and there you go. It looks like it's fully retracting here. So it's going to need another recycle. And then we're going to see this storm is still very discreet. You can see on radar here. Let me zoom out a bit and show you this storm has nothing around it right now that could contaminate its inflow. Now, if any cumulus bubbles try to fire off just in this white circle, that could cause some problems for the storm and limit it. Hopefully that will happen. That tornado warning in North Carolina was lifted, by the way. Again, that one didn't really look that concerning to me. How's Springfield, Illinois looking? You should be good down in Springfield. I don't think there's nothing going on there right now, and I don't really think there's going to be anything crazy out there later on tonight either. I am watching this new storm, by the way, near Dubuque, as that one looks like it's trying to get itself going near Scales Mound. There's another one near Cascade. That one's actually riding along some sort of a boundary here. So multiple different storms that we have to pay attention to besides the one we've been watching for quite some time now. And again, that storm that we're watching the closest is just to the southwest, of DeKalb, southeast of Rochelle, out here in northern Illinois. We are due west of Chicago. And again, on the left-hand side of your screen, you're looking at storm chasers Mikey Plemons and Connor Croft, who are chasing this storm out here that has attempted tornado genesis multiple times now, and is probably going to try it again here once it recycles within the next maybe 5 to 10 minutes. Yeah, this likely will go just south of Sugar Grove. It's going to be close. It's definitely going to be close here near Sugar Grove. So here's where Sugar Grove is. Definitely make sure that you are ready for this one just in case. Make sure you have multiple ways to receive alerts. What about Woodridge, Illinois? You might have to help me out on that one. I don't know where that one is. Generally, if you're southeast of any of these storms, you're going to be within some sort of a risk here. Like in this direction, essentially. So there are multiple regions of concern here. Looks like Connor Croft is now back on the move. Mikey is still mobile here as they are trying to stay with things. Northwest suburbs. So there is one storm to worry about here, and it's this one near Hampshire or Burlington. That one could end up becoming tornadic here. It's one to pay attention to. Again, this mini supercell environment is pretty potent. So we're seeing multiple attempts all over the place at these mini supercells capable of producing tornadoes. So the northwest suburbs of Chicago, definitely not fully safe, I would say. There's not an immediate threat here, but this storm is one to watch as it continues on through this area, eventually kind of towards downtown Chicago. Crown Point, Indiana, same type of deal. I don't think these storms will be nearly as robust by the time they get to you in Crown Point, Indiana, though. But you are downstream of where everything's headed. It's by Lake Zurich. What was I looking for? Wood something, I think. Oh, Mundelein. That's what I'm looking for. Ah, there it is. Actually, you're a little further, a little bit further north. So with this storm, it's definitely not an immediate concern for you. With the storm that I'm a little worried about, you're a little bit further off to the north of that one. So that one probably won't be a concern for you, but there could be another storm that develops that could be a concern for you in that direction. No, there are no tornado warnings right now. You can see at the top of your screen, anytime you guys want to check how many warnings there are, by the way, it'll say that at the top of your screen right now. 0 tornado warnings, over 30 severe thunderstorm warnings, and 7 flash flood warnings. Again, we still have Mikey and Connor both on this storm out here, which is attempting another recycle. This would be, I believe, its 4th attempt at tornado genesis if it's able to recycle successfully. It's still in clean air, and we can take a look at our METAR here, which essentially is going to tell us that latest observations near Sugar Grove are a 77-degree temperature over a 68-degree dew point, and you're going to see winds coming out of the southwest, which is actually pretty favorable. A lot of times you want winds coming out of the southeast. But in this situation, it's actually kind of favorable. They're coming out of the southwest because you'll notice that is literally perfectly in the direction of how you can get into the inflow notch of this storm. So that is, and here's literally, I'll draw the arrow out on that wind barb. So that's the direction those winds are coming from. So they're going literally almost perfectly in line with the effective inflow wind for this storm here. So definitely still a concerning environment for this storm. It's going to continue to pose a threat here, especially as temperatures continue to drop and it can become a little bit more surface-based without having to do as much work. But we have some really, really gorgeous storms on the left-hand side of your screen. Again, nothing looking tornadic right now, but we are looking at a recycle here on the storm that is kind of just south of DeKalb. And that one will possibly attempt tornado genesis again. Max Raderman 1138 with the Cirrus membership. Thank you so much for joining us as a Cirrus member. I really appreciate that, my friend. And welcome. I am still pretty concerned about this storm, by the way, in the northwesternmost corner of Illinois near Scales Mound, as that one really looks like it wants to get itself established here. You are welcome. You're welcome, my friend, in Sugar Grove in the western Chicago suburbs. Make sure to stay safe. Have multiple ways to receive alerts. Still watching the one near Bernard as well, but I think this one near Scales Mound is definitely decently concerning looking. And of course, our storm that's closer now to DeKalb is still concerning as well. Is this storm going to bring hail to northwestern Indiana? Most likely not. It's possible that you could see some isolated hail out there, but I think it's pretty unlikely in northwestern Indiana. I'm not really worried about anything significant in Indiana tonight, but I do think a couple of stronger storms could track in that direction, maybe bringing some gustier winds, some smaller hailstones, maybe a spin-up tornado risk. But I think things will probably be a little more clustered up by the time they make it your direction towards northwestern Indiana. Max Raderman, 1138, dropping his first emoji now that he's a member here with us. Very cool stuff to see. I will say recent model guidance does show us having a discrete or semi-discrete storm mode through about 8 p.m. before things really start to cluster up too much. So as that low-level jet comes into play over the next hour and our temperatures continue to drop, that tornado risk is going to continue to increase. And it looks like we're looking at a stinger, an inflow stinger here, potentially on Mikey's screen. I'm going to go ahead and make him large here for a second. So what we might be looking at, it maybe not. It's kind of difficult to tell. I don't know exactly what direction he's looking at. That cloud that goes from left to right, and it's like a tube across your screen. It could be, I don't think it is, but I don't think it is an inflow stinger. But if it were an inflow stinger, that would indicate that you have enhanced inflow coming into your storm in another attempt here, potentially at tornado genesis. So hopefully that's not the case. I don't think that is the case. It just kind of resembles that. Our storm in South Dakota did get a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning, by the way. That's Dawes County. And it's also going to stretch now into Nebraska. That's a storm that was dropping baseball-sized hail a little while ago. It was a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. Now it's just tagged for up to golf ball-sized hail, as it is going to cross out of South Dakota and into northwestern Nebraska here pretty soon. And the storm near Depue definitely still intrigues me as well. Do I think Oregon, Illinois will get hit? It's right under Rockford. You'll probably get something today. Again, these storms kind of originated from your area, and there are more storms to your northwest that are going to begin to make their way down towards your region as well. So definitely make sure that you have multiple ways to receive alerts and you are prepared for at least some hazards of severe weather this evening. Freeport, Illinois storm is sus. Is that this one? I don't think it is. I'm not really seeing a Freeport, Illinois. I could be blind. This one really intrigues me here, by the way. We could get a new tornado warning on this storm. This looks like a very robust supercell, by the way. I mean, this one's taking on that very classic shape. It doesn't look like a mini supercell. That looks to me like a full-fledged supercell here. So this is going to be one to watch. The Davenport one. This one? I can only assume you're talking about this one. Maybe I'm wrong. That's not near Davenport. The one I'm talking about? Okay, I got you. Yeah, this one looks very, very concerning to me. You can see that RFD really establishing itself. It's pulling around quickly here. You're going to notice these DBZ values are going to start to stretch just around to the backside of the storm and create that hook. Watch what happens here. You can see it in real time. And there it is. You're going to see that yellow pocket in the storm here on radar begin to form. And that's your RFD. Essentially, what that means is that you have a strong rotating updraft here. And this storm continues to look more and more robust by the moment. That one might need a tornado warning soon. Meanwhile, our storm out here near DeKalb, just south of DeKalb, where Mikey and Connor are at. That one is kind of falling apart. So hopefully that will remain the case here. It could still attempt another recycle. Freeport has been on my screen. Oh, I'm actually an idiot. I don't want to talk about it, Pettis. I don't want to talk about it. I deserve any amount of flaming I might get from that. But irrelevant because this storm is continuing to hook out very quickly here. The more and more that RFD begins to occlude that inflow, and especially if we get any interaction here with this cell near Galena just to the west, you're going to see if this can act as a nudger here on that RFD and help give it a little boost here and really wrap around, we could easily be looking at quick tornado genesis up here in northwestern Illinois. So this is one we have to watch very, very closely here. This might be the most the best looking supercell of the night in terms of radar presentation. And Mikey is going to be heading west, by the way, away from the storm near DeKalb, as the one that he was at, he could feel it gusting out. He could feel those surface winds shift. And so now he's heading back west, which makes sense. We've seen those echo tops significantly decline on this storm. And oh my goodness, yeah, it's falling apart very quickly now. Over one scan here, it's falling apart very quick. So Mikey's now headed back west, maybe to get towards the storm near Sublette. And we will see what happens with that. And again, I'm still watching this one very, very closely up here near Scales Mound, as it becomes even more concerning basically by the scan. Yeah. This one may be in need of a tornado warning pretty soon here. All right, it's kind of tough to see, but here's a look at this bounded weak echo region here. Essentially, you're seeing this rainbow of colors that's beginning to show up, and that is, again, indicative of that strong rotating updraft. So that's kind of what we're dealing with here. It's kind of hard to see. This isn't the best cross-section in the world, but this is one that might be worthy of a warning here very, very soon. And keep in mind that cross-section I just showed you is actually from like 2 scans ago. So we easily could be seeing a new tornado warning come up here soon in northwestern Illinois. And again, this is near Elizabeth or Stockton Scales Mound. We are in the county of Joe Davies. DeKalb is in hell. Okay, I got you. We did just get a new severe thunderstorm warning on the storm near Sublette, by the way. And that one is just to the north of Peru and Ottawa. It is not tornado possible tagged, but it does look like it is got a broad mesocyclone here that's trying to get itself together. Big Rock, Illinois, the sky's getting dark. Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah, this storm just continues to look more and more concerning by the minute here. And it looks like we might actually get a nudger from the storm near Galena. So this could become concerning pretty quickly if that RFD can get any type of a boost to pinch off that inflow region here and just make it a little bit tighter. Again, the tighter that inflow region is, the faster that mass going through it has to move. It's like putting your thumb over a garden hose. That it's forced to speed up essentially. Is that James? Yeah, we do have James Pettis out in the chat. There's a lot of heavy rain out in the Carolinas in general today. I just had a video come in from the Caseman, Scott Caseman with Hurricane Track, of some heavy rain near Barnwell, South Carolina. And again, here's a look at what's going on in that neck of the woods. There's just a lot of precipitation, a bunch of severe thunderstorm warnings. There's even a considerable severe thunderstorm warning with 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts, a considerable flash flood warning as well. A lot of stuff going on the East Coast, or really just towards the Carolinas more than anything else. And then, of course, we still have a lot of action down in the Southeast as well. You're going to see some in southeastern Alabama with some stronger storms out here and a lot of outflow boundary action going on. And then southern Mississippi and parts of eastern Louisiana as well. A lot of stronger storms out here. All of these have weakened a little bit from what they looked like earlier, but and okay, this one looks like it's trying to get organized here near Sublette. And that's where Mikey Plemons is headed right now. Let's see. I don't know where he is exactly. See if I can find him. Because there's a lot of, there he is. He's literally just north of the storm. So he's going to make his way to the backside of the storm and then get south of it. He's going to be in a great spot here soon. So we're going to continue to have eyes on that storm. That's where Mikey Plemons is at right now. Still really closely watching the storm here near Stockton or Elizabeth in northwestern Illinois, as we could get a little bit of a nudger here that might cause some tornado genesis action, or at least an attempt at tornado genesis here. So we're going to have to stay with this one very, very closely. Yeah. This one looks like it's about to tighten up here. We're going to find out. This new velocity scan will come in just a moment, and we're going to see if these velocities start to tighten up or not. Not really. Okay. So that's good news. But this is still a storm of concern here. And we're going to continue to keep a close eye on it. Again, Mikey in the top left of your screen is trying to get a better positioning right now on this storm here near Sublette. And that one is really, really trying to get itself together. Tyler Bricker, I see you in the chat. Logan saying, I'm happy. It looks like my area might actually be good now. So now to watch for other areas. Yeah, I'm glad to know that you are doing all right. I appreciate you spending some time with us this evening. All right, this severe thunderstorm warning near Sublette has been updated, and it has now been tagged tornado possible. You're going to see that highlighted in blue there. So definitely increased confidence that this one could become tornadic soon. Yeah, so we have two different main storms of concern right now. Again, one of them is where I believe Connor Croft is at also. I don't know for sure where he went. But then also Mikey Plemons is getting to the backside of that one right now. That's why he's driving through all that precipitation. That one is near, what was this? Sublette or Mendota. Um, it's just kind of north of Peru and Ottawa in Illinois. And then we have this other one in northwestern Illinois, a little further out. That one is near Elizabeth or Stockton. And it looks like maybe it's going to fall apart here, as it's more so going to be a merger potentially rather than a nudger here. So this could be good. This one might have issues staying discreet here. We're going to find out in a matter of minutes if that updraft is going to survive or not. So that's going to be another key figure to pay attention to. This one is really trying to get itself together near Mendota. Checking in from Ottawa. Good to hear from you. Just so you know, this storm is just to your northwest, and it's definitely pretty concerning. Patrick, good to see you in the chat, and I appreciate the kind words, my friend. Connor is north of Paw Paw, headed south. I saw that town earlier. I don't remember exactly where it is. There it is. Okay, I see. So he's on the same storm. So Mikey and Connor Croft are both on this storm here. Mikey's actually just core punching this thing. It looks like he's going to come out right in the inflow notch when he emerges from all this precipitation here. So in about 10 minutes, he might have a heck of a view. It's Mendota. Okay, got it. Mendota was my first guess, but I decided to be creative and go with Mendota. If it was Mendota, it would probably have 2 T's. So should have gone with my gut there. Tyler saying, I feel like the storms later on tonight in Nebraska have the most tornado threat. I honestly don't. I think northern Illinois here is really going to have the greatest tornado threat tonight. But there is going to be some tornado threat that will exist later on in Nebraska, especially as the low-level jet comes into play. But if we can retain any type of discrete supercell mode by about, like, basically 2 hours from now, it's going to be pretty concerning out here in northern Illinois, as that low-level jet starts to uptick and that dew point depression begins to fall. Look at what Mikey's seeing in the top left of your screen as he's core punching here, trying to get in a better location to have a good view on this storm near Sublette. And we're likely going to lose Mikey's feed a couple of times here as he's in the middle of this very strong, severe thunderstorm out here. Might be some small hail in there, which would interfere with his Starlink. Yeah, the SRH might be pretty high in Nebraska, or at least be forecast to be pretty high by model guidance. But there are a lot of other ingredients that you need for tornadoes. I think our storm mode in Nebraska is going to be too messy, really, to get any type of significant tornado risk. But we will see. There is going to be some tornado risk there for sure. I just think it's going to be a pretty slim, isolated risk. It would most likely be embedded. I don't think we're going to really see discrete supercells that are producing tornadoes there in Nebraska. Yeah, it has always been Illinois. This is, in fact, the year of Illinois. That's really all we have. "2026 is Illinois tornadoes." That is all we know. All right, let's check in on Mikey's position here. As you can see, he is still diving down to the south. There's a look at where he is. He's right in the middle of the storm right now, which is why you're seeing just a complete washout on his screen there. So So if this storm does become tornadic, which it very well might, it's looks like it's trying to wrap up very quickly here. And Drew Brummel, by the way, one of our other storm chasers, he doesn't have a live feed tonight, but he's right in this. So if it does anything, we will know. Man. And yeah, Drew Brummel is in the perfect spot right now. Mikey Plemons making his way down there as well. And Connor Croft is somewhere in that vicinity too. Brandon Kopic is just on the north side of this storm right now. It's where everybody's flocking to. Logan, generally, I agree with you. But again, it's isolated storms. They could really fire off anywhere in our risk zone here tonight. But I think especially our strongest clustering later on in the evening that can produce some of those more widespread damaging winds, less of a tornado threat. That's going to be definitely more towards like these parts of Illinois here. Oh, I guess I didn't really center that very well. Towards some of these parts here in Illinois, probably not towards Chicago itself. Yeah, this storm is really, really building and becoming stronger very, very quickly here. I am definitely pretty concerned about this one. How is Bolingbrook, Illinois doing? Good. Doing good right now. In fact, I think you're going to really be chilling for quite a while here. You'll have some storms off to your north, some storms off to your south and southwest, but generally you're good right the moment. Could still have some stronger storms that roll through later on this evening. And this storm continues to concern me. I'm going to check in on the one in northwestern Illinois, by the way. I haven't looked over there in a little while. And okay, that one, it really didn't survive here. So that has now become an embedded mess. So hopefully that trend will continue. I just got a $10 super chat from my mother saying, thanks for the great coverage. Thank you very much for that, Mom. And again, no tornado warnings active on the map right now. No destructive severe thunderstorm warnings either, but we do have a couple of considerable severe thunderstorm warnings back towards Nebraska, South Dakota, and one in North Carolina. And yeah, I'm still pretty concerned about this storm here. And there you go. Mikey has emerged from it, and he's got a view on the mesocyclone now. Look at that beautiful mesocyclone there. Mikey has emerged from the ashes here as of just a moment ago. And that's a heck of a view that he's got now. And it looks like this storm is really, really wrapping up and trying to do it. I mean, it's a heck of an inflow notch that's forming here with this thing. And we can see that RFD very, very well established here. You can see it pulling all the way around to the backside. There's your inflow notch right there. So a very, very strong storm out here. Might be worthy of a tornado warning soon. Up to ping pong ball sized hail possible in that core as well. Areas like Mendota. Again, on the left-hand side of your screen, you're looking at Mikey Plemons and Connor Croft. This one is tracking down to the southeast at about 20 miles per hour. It's not moving very quick here, so it'll be easy for our storm chasers to stay with it. But yeah, Mikey's just got a crazy view on this thing right now. I mean, you can just see the mesocyclone in all of its glory. Looks like he's gonna be moving again here. So that mesocyclone, the base of the storm, is just off to his right. I believe he's in the inflow notch right now. Yeah, he is. I was like, it seems like he's literally in the inflow notch. That is in fact where he is. So Mikey is in that inflow notch. Let me go ahead and put a circle on him. I know it's really hard to see. He's literally on the edge of that inflow notch. So to his left, you're going to be looking at the forward flank downdraft of that storm. Or actually, it looks like he turned around again. Now he's looking at the storm. So, or at the lowering of the mesocyclone anyway. So just behind him right now is going to be the forward flank downdraft of that storm. Let's make him larger here. You can see just how beautiful this structure is on this storm. Just an absolutely gorgeously organized mesocyclone here that is likely to attempt tornado genesis soon. And if it does, we're going to see it. Okay. We lost him for a second. We can fix that. Don't worry. Oh, there we go. We're getting, it looks like we're trying to get tornado genesis right now, apparently. I can't tell if that's a funnel or not, or if that's some scud. Potentially looking at a funnel cloud here. I think that's scud. Okay. The way that the feed cut there was very misleading. I'm pretty sure that was scud we were just looking at, not a funnel cloud. That was definitely scud. What state are we looking at? We're in Illinois, of course, because where else would we be? We are in central northern Illinois. We're just north of Peru. And we're looking at storm chaser Mikey Plemons right now. Connor Croft is out there as well. He's not quite on this storm yet. Here's a look at the two of their feeds. Whoops, that's not what I meant to do. There we go. All right, we're going to continue to have Mikey Plemons' feed as large as we can make it here because he is literally staring up the belly of this storm right now. Connor is east of Paw Paw, going east now. Okay, interesting. Oh, all right, we lost his. There we go. It's back now. Mikey's feed cutting in and out just a little bit, which is okay. He does have just an incredible view at this storm here. Again, there was a brief moment there where that feed refreshed, and I was like, whoa, looks like we have a funnel cloud. That was scud. I don't believe that we had a funnel cloud at any point with this storm just yet. But we do have a very well-organized mesocyclone, not really seeing any kind of a lowering of a wall cloud or a funnel cloud at this point. What's it looking like in Bloomfield? Where did you say you were at? I thought you said it was like Lake Geneva. In general, southeast Wisconsin, you're kind of chilling right at the moment anyway. Did get a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning out in Nebraska. So Mikey's saying that might have been a tornado. It looks like maybe he saw ground circulation where we thought we were looking at maybe scud. So that might have been a brief, weak tornado, and then we watched it dissipate right there. And it seems like it might give it another shot at putting down another tornado here. That was a really inconvenient time for the feed to refresh. But that might have been a very brief tornado that we just watched, or sort of watched for a moment there. Mikey is moving again here to try and get a little closer, I believe. So that might have been an attempt at tornado genesis. I'm going to check Spotter Network and see if anyone reported a tornado there. There's a lot of chasers on this. It doesn't look like anybody reported a tornado there, though. Which way is this moving? This is moving southeast, so eventually towards areas like maybe just to the north and northeast of Ottawa. And then eventually maybe down towards like Seneca or Morris. Yeah, it very well might have been a brief tornado that we saw there. Oh yeah. That was definitely a tornado. I'm watching back the clip right now. I don't know if it touched the ground. It was definitely a funnel cloud at the very least. It was a very brief, potentially tornado, maybe funnel cloud. Lasted maybe all of 5 seconds. But yeah, that was definitely a tornado or a funnel cloud there. 100% it looked like. The feed refreshed at a very inconvenient time, but I don't know how this isn't tornado warned. A spotter report or a chaser report of a tornado on the storm. Yeah, there's a lot of folks on this. Again, look at this. I mean, there's tons of folks down here. I know it's slightly overlaid by Mikey's feed, but I mean, Kopic's down there. Obviously, Drew Brummel and Mikey are down there, our storm chasers. And there's a lot of other folks out there as well. Connor Croft is nearby. I don't think he's on this one just yet. I think he's like on the other side of it. But Mikey is staring right up the gut of this thing. If it puts down another tornado, we're going to see it again. So we're going to continue to have him full screen here, especially because there aren't any other tornado warnings or any tornado warnings in general going on right now. So Nico, just make sure you have multiple ways to receive alerts just in case, man. That's always going to be the answer. In general, though, you're kind of chilling for the moment, at least. We still could see another storm pop up and head your direction, though. But right now, you're definitely all right. And it looks like this storm may need a recycle before it's going to try and do anything again here. To be determined here. That inflow region is very, very tight. You're going to see at the bottom of your screen here that green notch that's coming into the storm. It's basically fully cut off by the RFD at this point. And I think that's why we just saw that brief tornado get squeezed out, because that RFD occluded your inflow and it just forced those winds to speed up there. So again, we're watching Mikey Plemons' feed in the top left. And then we're also taking a look at the radar. I'm going to go ahead and put Mikey back on the left-hand side for a moment with Connor Croft there. You're going to see the two of them as Connor is trying to reposition to get a better angle on this storm. But Mikey's sitting right in that inflow region. All right, let's check in on our storm in northwestern Illinois, as there was a little bit of a merger that kind of killed this one. You can just see it has a broad mesocyclone here. Not anything crazy. We got Pond God 5751 with a $2 super chat saying, thank you for covering. You're welcome. Thank you for being here, my friend. Thank you for trusting us as your source of severe weather coverage. That it means a lot to us. Looks like we lost Mikey's feed just for a second here. Should come back at any moment. There you go. What is that? Possibly another. That might have been an inflow stinger on the left-hand side of the screen there that Mikey was pointing at for a moment. As we might get another attempt here at tornado genesis. Possibly a funnel trying to form here again. It's a little elevated right now. We keep losing his feed temporarily. That should only last a second each time this happens. The rotation is just barely north of Mendota. It's very close to Mendota, just barely to the north. Here's a look at that at the bottom of your screen here. So here's where downtown Mendota is, and that rotation's kind of centered literally just barely north of town, if not partially over town. Yeah, okay, so I don't think we're looking at a funnel cloud here right now on this storm. I have to find a way to make my chaser feeds bigger sometimes. Mendota, Wisconsin. No, we're looking at Mendota, Illinois right now here on the bottom of your screen. So here, I'll go ahead and show you real quick. Go back to 3-cam mode for a second. This is the storm that we're watching here in north central Illinois, just to the north of Ottawa and Peru, Illinois. That's the area of concern. What did I just do? There we go. Again, that's Mikey Plemons in the top left, Connor Croft in the bottom left of your screen here. Both on the same storm. Mikey's kind of in that inflow region. You can see some cool structure just up ahead there. Connor trying to reposition right now. Christopher, good to see you in the chat. A real quick check-in on what's going on out in Colorado, where we have a considerable severe thunderstorm warning that is going to be in place for Cheyenne and Kit Carson counties, an area where storm chaser Jessica Moore got some incredible photos not long ago, just a couple of days ago. This is going to be tagged for up to golf ball sized hail in there. Out in Nebraska, we are still looking at a stronger severe thunderstorm as well, capable of also ping pong ball to golf ball sized hail and 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts with that storm as well. All right, back to the star of the show here in Illinois right now. As it looks like this is going to need a recycle. Christine, good to see you in the chat. Isaac, you as well. Connor's heading east on Route 34, going across I-39. Okay, yeah, I assume he's going to go south from there. I know Mikey is, we can see where he is at right now. As it looks like he's continuing eastbound on 34 right now. And then I would assume he's going to dive south on 39. And then go back up north to continue to stair step to the northeast with it as this moves. Well, I guess the storm really is moving southeast, so I guess he's probably just going to stay south, actually. I feel like that makes a lot more sense. Just tuning in, any considerable threat? Yeah, this storm is definitely one to watch for a tornado threat here. It's recycling right now near Mendota. Again, we're in central northern Illinois. We're just to the north of Peru and Ottawa. You can see those at the bottom of your screen. A little zoom out. This is where we're at here in Illinois. There's, of course, Chicago and Lake Michigan. And this storm, again, is recycling right now. We have 2 storm chasers, actually 3 on it, but only 2 live feeds. You're going to see Mikey Plemons and Connor Croft on the left-hand side of your screen there. They are on this storm. Mikey has been in that inflow notch for a while. Connor Croft getting a better position, still moving around down there. And we also have a couple of considerable severe thunderstorm warnings for hail and wind out in Colorado and Nebraska. We had a lot of stronger storms in the south earlier tonight as well, or this afternoon, I should say. Those are dwindling down. There's still a lot of stronger storms out there, but not that significant threat that we were dealing with earlier this afternoon. All right, let's take another quick check-in on where Mikey is actually at. Yep, so he is going south on 39 now. It looks like pretty much everybody is making a conga line for I-39 to go south. And then I'm sure that he will continue south on 39 for a little while as the storm continues down to the southeast. And then maybe he will, maybe he'll end up eastbound on 52. We'll see. Most likely he'll just have to continue south because this storm's moving really southeast. Will Mendota people get a tornado? Probably not at this point. At the moment, it'll be southeast of town if we get one. It's trying to recycle right now. The storm is not capable of producing a tornado right this second. For me, anyway. All right. What is the storm actually doing in order to recycle? So essentially what happened is, and what will repeatedly happen with long-lived and long-track supercells is your RFD, which is, excuse me, it's like died. Your RFD, which is your rear flank downdraft, is basically the updraft is rotating and it's pulling around precipitation to the backside of the storm there. And so when that RFD does that, it creates like a mini cold front essentially that kind of looks something like this. And eventually what can happen is that mini cold front there can occlude your inflow, which is coming usually south into the storm. In this case, it is coming out of the south into the storm. And if that inflow gets fully cut off by the RFD, a lot of times right when that happens, you'll get a brief tornado. And that's what we just watched happen with this storm. We believe there was a brief tornado, or at least a very low funnel cloud briefly with this storm. What we saw in Mikey Plemons' feed there. And so a lot of times you'll see these storms just repeatedly recycle where that RFD, like essentially the gust front of that RFD starts to cut off that inflow, and then it recycles again. And then that new RFD mini cold front starts to come around the backside again. And as it pinches off the inflow, then once again, you can try to get tornado genesis. So there are a lot of layers to it with these recycling storms, but a lot of times they will put down multiple tornadoes when they are long tracked like this. Again, this is not a super robust long track supercell tornado producing environment by any stretch, but this easily could put down another brief weak tornado as it recycles, potentially even a slightly longer one here, longer than about 5 seconds, which is probably the maximum that other tornado might have been on the ground for. So yeah, that's essentially what's happening when these storms are recycling. 88 GTI saying, hi, Will, just saying hi and dropping a like. Great to see Connor on your stream. Can't stay as I'm modding for him. No problem. Great to see you. And thank you for stopping in and leaving a like. Liking and subscribing, always the number one way you can support the work that we do. So I really appreciate that. Thank you very much, my friend. You're welcome, Christine. I'll tell you one thing I can't wait for is to eventually eat dinner later tonight. Look at this view from Mikey Plemons. We might be seeing an inflow stinger. This is nuts. My goodness. Oh, no, don't turn. I was about to get you full screen. Mikey, no. Oh, I need him to point back at that supercell, please. Turn the camera, Mikey. I'm begging you. That looked insane. It looked like there was an inflow stinger there. Yes. Thank you, Mikey. Okay, crazy structure on this storm. You can see the stacked pancakes in the clouds there. This is a beautiful cell here and potentially a lowering of the mesocyclone, potentially a wall cloud there, right in the middle where that light pole is, like in the middle of your screen. So this could be attempting tornado genesis again here soon, which again is not entirely surprising. It is a cycling supercell. It just doesn't look that great on radar right this moment. So this is interesting. We're going to get a live hit from Mikey Plemons in just a minute here. So I'm going to keep his feed at the top of the screen while we set this up. And then we're going to hear from him live in the field in just a moment here. We're going to get a real-time listen and a conversation about what he's feeling. If the wind out there, if the moisture at the surface is sufficient, if the winds and the inflow are warm enough. We're going to get the whole spiel from Mikey here in just a moment. So I'm going to go ahead and set that up. And we should have him here any second. And that should work. All right, perfect. Let's get a quick. Let's do this. We'll get a quick look and a quick conversation with Mikey Plemons here.
Well, alrighty, look Mikey. At this.
This we've been having you basically full screen for like the last 2 hours practically.
Oh, we're starting to get really rapid rotation right in here on this leading wall cloud.
Yep.
But this is a monster, Will. Look at this.
Yeah, absolutely monster, towering supercell. These echo tops, by the way, are not coming in insanely high. They're only coming in around 40 to 43,000 feet or so. But this is a monstrous looking supercell.
This is absurd.
Yeah.
I don't know if you can hear the constant rumbling. This thing has had way more lightning than any of the other supercells today. I said as I was approaching, if there's any cell that's going to do it, it's going to be this one. Yep. The lightning is just on a rampage, and I haven't seen much lightning from the other storms, and it continues. So yeah. We're going to see. This thing is insane. It could be tornadic again here.
I definitely think it could get there. It's like at the end of a recycle right now. So if it's going to happen, it might be soon.
It's just absolutely incredible. Did you see that tornado about 20 minutes ago?
I was about to ask you about that. So what did you see on that? Because your feed refreshed at a very inopportune moment there. And we caught it right as it was happening and then dissipated.
Nice, beautiful funnel all the way to the ground. Nice.
All the way to the ground. Wow.
Nice rope underneath beautiful structure. We'll see if we can get another one here.
Yeah, I think it's possible we get another one of those brief bird fart type of tornadoes here for sure.
It lasted literally 20 seconds max.
Yeah.
This is insane, dude.
Yeah, that's genuinely nuts what we're looking at.
Right,
look at those pancakes.
This is absurd.
All right, Mikey, be safe out there. We'll keep an eye on you. All right, again, that was Storm Chaser Mikey Plemons out there. He is sitting in the inflow notch of this storm here, right near Triumph here in Illinois. And you can see him and Connor Croft on the left-hand side of your screen. Drew Brummel out there as well, one of our other storm chasers. We know that Brandon Kopic is out there as well, a very well-known storm chaser. Trying to see exactly where Mikey is right now. There he is. Oh, he's literally parked next to Brandon Kopic. Okay, I see. So we could easily see another attempt at tornado genesis with this storm soon. You could see what Mikey was describing as some rapid rotation beginning to form in that wall cloud as we're at the tail end of a new recycle on this storm with that RFD resetting itself. So we're going to see what happens here. It doesn't look very great on radar presentation, I'll say that, but there is a very clear lowering that Mikey has been showing us here. And you can even see it on Connor's feed now. He's a little further out, but you can see that dimple at the bottom of the screen there, right in the middle. It's the same thing that Mikey's looking at, just from a different angle. I think Connor's off to the east of it, and Mikey is just to the west of it. Or maybe to the southwest of it. But it looks like it's getting a little more organized on Mikey's feed here now. So we have two different POVs here of this rotating wall cloud. And I don't think it's rapidly rotating right now, but there is some rotation in there for sure. And it's possible that we could see a new tornado get squeezed out here pretty soon. And this severe thunderstorm warning is about to expire on this storm near Mendota. So it'll be interesting to see what happens with it. Let's check in on our storm really quickly in the Northeast. Looks like maybe an inflow stinger starting to form there. You see on Mikey's feed I'm going to go back to this storm because we may have an inflow stinger forming, which means this might be ramping up. I'm going to make Mikey larger for a quick second. It looks like maybe an inflow stinger on the right-hand side of the screen. You're seeing that horizontal cloud that's just sticking out of the wall cloud to the right. I believe that might be an inflow stinger. It's a little hard without being there to actually identify it, but it looks like an inflow stinger to me. And so essentially what that means is that you're getting a rapid inflow jet into the wall cloud, into the updraft of this storm. And that air is moving so quick that the pressure drops enough where the cloud can condense essentially. And you get that weird horizontal looking cloud. And that's, again, known as an inflow stinger. I think that's what we're looking at right now on Mikey's feed going into this wall cloud. So this is a storm that definitely seems like it's getting close to tornado genesis. And on radar here, it's looking better. We can see that hook morphology starting to form again on this storm here, right near Triumph or Troy Grove, just to the southeast of Mendota. So we're going to put Mikey back towards the bottom, or towards the left-hand side of the screen, I should say. Here's, again, a look at that storm right near Triumph or Troy Grove. And on Mikey's feed, and Connor Croft's feed, by the way, a great view on the structure of this storm. He's just slightly further away to the east, I believe, on 52, I think is where he's at. And he's headed towards it right now. We just got a new severe thunderstorm warning for this storm. It is going to be tornado possible tagged again. They have it tagged at moving southeast at 15 miles per hour here. And you can see some of that rotation starting to show up just a little bit on radar here, right near Triumph and Troy Grove. That's these reds and greens that are showing up right here. Is there actually a severe risk for North Carolina? Yes, there have been a couple of tornado warnings out in North Carolina and a lot of stronger storms. It just kind of depends where you're at, Tanya. There is going to be a lot of stratiform rain, so you might end up getting lucky and just getting some rain. But there has been a lot of severe weather out in North Carolina today. I don't think there are any severe thunderstorm warnings active in North Carolina anymore, though. There are a couple flash flood warnings in place. This is not going to Joliet. Here's a look at Joliet. And this storm is moving down to the southeast. So you're going to be okay out in Joliet. It is going to cross I-80, but it's going to move like through Ottawa, not really through Joliet. It's not going to go very close to you at all. So you'll be all good to go there. And just gorgeous structure as Connor Croft is now approaching the edge of this storm here. You're welcome, Fantasy Minion. Have we had tornado warnings? Yeah, we've had a handful. We had one in North Carolina, one in Wisconsin. We had an unwarned tornado potentially here in Illinois, as well as another one in Wisconsin as well. Will it hit Indiana? Some of these storms may make it to Indiana, but it's not going to be a robust severe weather threat at all. By the time these storms get to Indiana, you're likely not going to see any significant severe weather there. I'll show you what's going on in North Carolina real quick. So you're going to see just a lot of rain right now. It looks like things have really, really fallen apart here, but maybe some stronger storms in the northern part of North Carolina from Raleigh up through Roanoke Rapids. So that's going to be another area to still pay attention to for some gustier winds, maybe some isolated instances of small hail or an embedded spin up tornado as they continue off to the east. But it's pretty unlikely. Mostly you're just looking at a wind threat there more than anything else. And not a ton of severe weather threat other than that. You're going to see it is a lot of just stratiform rain out there. So that is the good news. And this storm is really trying to do it out here in Illinois right now near Triumph. Again, this would be like the fourth attempt at tornado genesis. You're going to notice that this storm doesn't have a lot of time left because there's another storm near Princeton that's going to become problematic here as they begin to combine. So the longer this storm can stay discreet, the longer it's going to have that tornado risk. Yeah, a lot of Indiana is still struggling. Our friend and affiliate of WillBrattonWx is our guys with Midwest Weather, including Brandon. And Brandon's out there in northern Indiana, and he's been without power for quite a while now. And his community has been really struggling. So, of course, our thoughts are with him and the folks of Indiana who have been impacted by this dangerous weather lately. Are we still going for quite a while? Yeah, we're not ending the broadcast anytime soon. Any more rain in the Midwest suburbs area? Which city in the Midwest? I'm assuming you mean like Chicago. I need to see the stuff in Tennessee and Washington County. I don't know where Washington County is in Tennessee. I guess I can find out, but I don't really know where Washington County is, but the only severe thunderstorm warning in Tennessee is nowhere near Washington County, I don't believe, because I'm not seeing it immediately around here. Yeah, really nothing going on in Tennessee besides this one severe thunderstorm warning that is near Spring City or 10 Mile. Tyler, good to see you in the chat. Again, still watching the storm near Triumph. It's really, really trying to recycle here. Look at that view on Mikey Plemons' feed. You get a shot right of this wall cloud here. Top left-hand corner of your screen. We're going to make that larger here. You can see that lowering of the mesocyclone here. It doesn't seem to be a rapidly rotating wall cloud, but a wall cloud nonetheless. No, we do not control the weather. All right, looks like we lost Mikey's feed for just a moment there. We're going to continue to monitor him on the left-hand side alongside Connor Croft as well. Looks like Brady Harris is actually helping out Connor Croft tonight, which is nice. Breaking news, guys. I hate to break it to you, but I can actually control the weather with my mind. You should all be very nice to me. Again, not the most robust looking wall cloud or lowering on this storm, but there is still a lowering there that Mikey Plemons has got a view at on the top, in the top left-hand corner of your screen. Yes, I can spawn in snow at your location. Again, still some sort of a lowering of the mesocyclone here. It doesn't appear to be any type of a rapidly rotating wall cloud. I'm not seeing any major lowering from this, or additional lowering, I should say, from the base of the mesocyclone here. But this storm could still attempt tornado genesis again. It has attempted to recycle like 4 or 5 times now, and it is still trying. Summer has flown by. Yes, it has. Yes, it has. All right, you're going to see that lowering of the mesocyclone is retreating back into the storm in the top left of your screen on Mikey Plemons' feed, and it looks like he's going to get moving here again. He's looking off in the distance at something. As this storm is running out of time here, you're going to see the storms to its west are going to become problematic here. Any type of merging is going to really contaminate the inflow of this storm and kind of spell its demise. There is a new area of rotation potentially trying to form near Malden or Princeton. How long until the North Carolina storm is past North Carolina? Well, past North Carolina would just mean over the ocean, essentially. I mean, it might be another hour or two until that is kind of off the coast. Might even be a little longer than that. You'll probably see a lot of stratiform rain even into the potentially even into the overnight hours tonight, like past midnight. So Mikey is debating going west right now to the Princeton storm, which might be the play here, as our storm near Troy Grove did give it its best shot, but it looks like it's running out of time. And it looks like that's the play. It looks like he's going to be going west and engaging the storm near Princeton or Malden here. So we're going to have a new view on that storm shortly. Still a beautiful view of a shelf cloud on Connor Croft's feed in the bottom left, by the way. Very, very photogenic storms that we've seen here tonight. Hey, you have my home on this right now? Oh, gosh. The tornado warning in North Carolina was not an observed tornado. Connor's headed west too. Yeah. It sure looks like it with what I'm seeing on his screen. I think he's looking towards the nonsense near Peru right now. Brandon Kopic's going west too. Yeah. It would make sense that anybody would be going west. I mean, you can see the echo tops on this storm are really beginning to collapse. You see those yellows near Triumph that are just going to vanish. The storm is significantly weakening here. Meanwhile, the one near Malden, that one is uptrending pretty quickly here. So that is going to be the next storm of the night here for a while. I at least hope there's no tornadoes or hail at the exact area I am in. Yeah, I hope that for you too, Tanya, for sure. I hope you stay safe. Make sure you have multiple ways to receive alerts just in case. Do you think we'll get more tornado warnings today? We very well might. Honestly, we really should have had one at least at some point on this cell that's now dying off. I think we definitely should have had a tornado warning on that at least at some point. And we very well might get another one soon. We'll see what happens with the storm near Princeton here. Yeah, Ethan, if you're in Depue, like your handle suggests, then if you look to your north, that's where you would be looking at, just to your northwest right now. But I don't recommend doing that. I recommend staying inside. But obviously, I can't stop you. All these thunderstorms are dying off. Not all of them. This one near Malden, just east of Princeton, is actually building right now. You can see these yellows really starting to build up here. These echo tops are continuing to rise. We still have some stronger storms in northwestern Illinois as well. One closer to Cedar Rapids. Maybe not, actually. But this one up here, just near like Mount Carroll or Sabula. Those ones are still kicking. Can I send snow to the tip of Tennessee nearest to North Carolina? I wish I could do that. You're in Utica? Got it. Yeah, so this is pretty far to your west then, where this new storm is developing. Lorian, good to see you in the chat. But how good do you think me being a storm chaser when I grow up, how good do you think that'll be? I mean, if you study meteorology and spend a lot of time learning about severe weather, then, anybody can do it. I say follow your dreams. Nothing wrong with that at all. Of course, Connor Croft and Mikey Plemons on the left-hand side of your screen, they're doing this full time. So, and I'm doing this full time, being in the studio, and I also storm chase myself. It can be done, so if you want to do it, put in the effort. Nothing will come for free without a lot of sacrifice. But if you put in the effort, make sacrifices, you can do whatever you need to do. Any guess as to when I'll be going until? Honestly, I don't know. I really don't know. It seems like our storm mode is not going to remain super favorable tonight. So I might not be live as late as I initially expected. I was kind of expecting to be live until maybe 11 or 12 tonight. We might not even be live past 9 p.m., depending on how things go, especially because the Nebraska threat doesn't really seem threatening until really like midnight or later. So I'm not really going to cover that most likely because I don't think I can stay on air that long. So whenever everything dies off fully in Illinois or becomes like into just a bowling ball, we could end things off, and that could be by 8, 9, 10 p.m., somewhere in there. You're going to Casa, and I didn't get invited. I'm actually going to lose my mind. This is the top 5 most heartbreaking things in my entire life. Am I a meteorologist? Yes, I am. I am a degreed meteorologist, and I am studying to get my master's as well. Maybe I'll do a PhD. We'll see. That's a decision for like a year from now, maybe. I did actually get invited. Oh yeah, I've not really looked at my phone this entire time, actually. Lucas Smith, have a great rest of your night, my friend. Stay safe out there. Thank you very much, Deb. I appreciate that. Yeah, these storms are moving quite slow. Yes, they are. They're tracking at about 20 miles per hour down to the southeast here. I'm definitely watching this one pretty close near Princeton. It looks like maybe a low precip hook might be trying to form. Keeping a close eye on this one. You're going to see Mikey and Connor Croft both headed down that direction right now. How do the suburbs of Chicago look tonight? They look okay. Some stronger storms maybe blowing on into the area, but it's really like further outside of Chicago, especially to the west of Chicago, that I'm mostly concerned about with these storms. You can see Brandon Kopic, the first one to make the decision to go west, and everybody's following him like a herd of zombies. You can see Mikey Plemons, our storm chaser, in the top left of your screen. He's headed out that direction. Connor Croft headed out that direction as well. Drew Brummel also headed out that direction. All storm chasers of ours here at WillBrattonWx. What's my skincare routine? I don't really have one. I use like I'm really shiny right now because I took a shower and I'm a little sunburnt, so my skin's a little oily because I'm sunburnt. Yeah, I'm all oily right now because I'm quite sunburnt. You can't really see it, but yeah, I I have this like charcoal mint exfoliating face soap, like it's a bar of soap that I use on my face when I shower, and that's really it. That's really all my skincare routine is. I just use like a silicone scrubber, scrub my face, and that's really it. I don't really have like an actual skincare routine at all. Does that include Joliet? Yeah, it could. It definitely could. You'll see that some of these storms, like near Rockford, for example, may eventually track down towards Joliet. I really don't think we're going to be looking at significant severe weather by the time we get into like the greater Chicago area. So we'll see what happens with that. It's something to pay attention to. Make sure you have multiple ways to receive alerts always, but not something that seems immediately super concerning for this evening. The lightning in North Carolina was crazy earlier. Yeah, that sounds about right. There were some stronger storms out there for sure. You guys can join our Discord server, by the way. That link will pop up in the chat in a moment. Looks like maybe that storm near Princeton has a wall cloud I'm seeing in my Discord server right now. What about Reddick, Illinois? I think you'll be okay. You might get some stronger storms. In fact, the ones that are actively ongoing and potentially has a wall cloud here near Princeton, that one could come kind of in your direction, but I think it'll stay to your west. Is that storm from Rockford heading towards Chicago? It is headed in that general direction. Again, I don't really know if it's going to make it that far. A lot of these storms are struggling to convect for long periods of time. It's headed down kind of in this direction towards like Geneva, towards the suburbs of Chicago, not really towards downtown Chicago. And if you don't believe me, I can put a storm track on it, and it'll tell you. There you go. There's that storm track. What the algorithm believes the storm is doing. It's literally in the exact direction that I just drew it. My teacher asked me, is it going to rain Saturday, Sunday, or Monday? It very well might. It's North Carolina. It's the East Coast in the summertime. You get a lot of those pop-up storms all the time. How's Oswego doing later? Do you mean as in like Like New York? Or what do you mean? Give me a little more to work with and I'll help you out. Yeah, definitely looks like a pretty healthy mesocyclone that I'm seeing here from Brandon Kopic's feed on this storm near Princeton. And yeah, that low precip hook was a good assumption here. You can see it's starting to form now, a little less low precip. So this one's really trying to get going. And Mikey and Connor Croft are both diving down towards this storm pretty quickly here. So we'll have a view on it on the left-hand side of your screen within maybe 10 to 15 minutes. Oswego is generally the same thing as Juliet. Like it's you might get some storms that roll on through for sure. But in general, it's not looking like it's going to be anything super, super severe. And it's possible these storms don't even make it towards you. I think we're more so going to be looking at a clustering of these types of storms that are going to pull down towards this region of central Illinois versus closer to Chicago. So hopefully you will be good to go out there. But definitely make sure you have multiple ways to receive alerts just in case. There is definitely some threat. Yeah, drought is never a good thing to wish for. Droughts can be very, very problematic for both people, wildlife, your local economy, even. Yeah, Illinois does need a break. I mean, that's what I talked about in our forecast video this morning. Is Illinois just hasn't had a break at all. This has been the year of Illinois for severe weather. It's been no secret either. All right, since this storm is currently attempting to get itself going, isn't even severe thunderstorm warning, I'm going to quickly check in on the considerable severe thunderstorm warnings that we do have. One of those is going to be out in Colorado. You can see a very nice hail spike on this storm is going to be sitting there in place. So up to golf ball sized hail with this storm in eastern Colorado for Cheyenne and Kit Carson counties. There's another considerable severe thunderstorm warning in Louisiana. That one is going to include basically New Orleans with a lot of strong wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour there, rolling on through NOLA right now. And then back towards Nebraska, Box Butte, and Dawes counties. Still looking at a stronger thunderstorm here capable of producing golf ball sized hail. That severe thunderstorm warning is about to expire in about 5 minutes. Now back to your regularly scheduled Illinois programming. Yeah, droughts are no good. They can be very, very problematic. It does seem like the mesocyclone on this storm is rotating pretty well. Is Rochelle in path or gonna pass us? We were just looking at Rochelle. I think you should be. I gotta find it. I've lost my my frame of reference here. Where am I at? Is it not like? There it is. There's Rochelle. You definitely might have some storms come your way here. You are going to notice there are a handful of stronger storms to your northwest up here. You can't really see this super well. Let me reposition my map. Some storms off to your northwest here, and those are going to be headed down in your general direction, but they're a little scattered. So if they break up, you definitely could end up not having a significant severe weather threat there at all. Could I explain hail spikes? Yeah. I can draw out what a hail spike is essentially for just a moment here. Let me just go ahead and give you the full experience. Here's a blank space of the map. We'll draw this out. So we're not drawing anything out. We just got a tornado warning. We're not drawing anything out. We are going to go back to our storm that is trying to put down a tornado right now near Princeton. Again, it does have a rapidly rotating wall cloud that we've seen on Brandon Kopic's feed, and that is why that this tornado warning has just been put in place. So this is going to be out here in Illinois. Areas like Carroll, Whiteside, and Clinton counties and Jackson County. We'll see which ones it's going to encompass. Nope. Bureau and Putnam counties are actually what this is going to encompass. Oh, excuse me. I was reading off this severe thunderstorm warning. So yeah, a new tornado warning has been put in place near Princeton. And again, there is a rapidly rotating wall cloud on this. You are going to see there are a lot of storm spotters down there that have good eyes on this, including Brandon Kopic, who's sitting kind of in that inflow region. And this storm is, it's tightening up quick. Looks undercut. It's definitely not undercut here. You're going to see this RFD is well established, but you're not seeing any type of line coming out like of this side of your FFD, essentially. So not an undercut cell here. Definitely one that could be capable of producing a tornado. Yeah, your last name might get hit, Ethan. It very well might. This is headed right towards Depue. So if you're in this area near Bureau and Putnam counties, definitely make sure you're getting yourself to a basement. Areas like Depue here in central Illinois, or north central Illinois, I should say. And again, on the left-hand side, Connor Croft, Mikey Plemons are going to be getting you a view on this storm hopefully soon here. Yeah, that was the most Illinois timing of all time. Again, the odds of this producing a tornado are not incredibly high, but this is still a well-organized supercell here. You can see what we had was a low precipitation hook that is coming together a little bit more here, and you can see that classic supercell shape forming with a very tight inflow notch here, and that's going to promote faster inflow winds. If we turn on our METAR here, you will see some surface observations nearby showing a dew point depression that isn't super enormous. You're going to see it down here near Lakin, 79/67 there. So not incredibly saturated. You're going to see near the storm, though, 77/70. So that's a little bit more, a little bit closer to what you'd want in this environment to get this storm surface-based enough to produce a tornado. But we're going to be continuing to watch Connor Croft and Mikey Plemons feeds on the left-hand side of your screen here. And again, Mikey Plemons is southbound. He's pretty close to this tornado warning. He's going to be all over this soon. Connor Croft in the vicinity. I don't know exactly where he's at right now, but he's in the vicinity of this. And you can see these echo tops continuing to build here. We have these very large areas of yellow here above 40,000 in your echo tops. Aurora, Illinois in the clear, not exactly. You might have some storms headed your way later on this afternoon coming from northern Illinois. They're near Rockford right now. So still keep your head on a swivel just in case. You're in the clear for the near future, but a couple hours from now might not be the same story. Again, we are right near Depue or Bureau Junction here, just to the southeast of Princeton, where we've got a tornado warning in place, Bureau and Putnam counties. We did just get a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning down in Louisiana as well for some more of those damaging 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Is Plainfield clear? You might have to help me out. I don't know where Plainfield is at. Yeah, you may have to help me out on that one. But again, this is a tornado warning in place. Storm chasers Mikey Plemons, Connor Croft on this storm. They don't have a view on it just yet, but they're trying to get there right now. Looks like Connor may have a view here somewhat soon, or at least he's showing off that beautiful sunset peeking over the horizon. Is near Joliet? Yeah, okay, so near Joliet, same type of deal. You're going to have some stronger storms that could make it down your direction, but there's not a major threat for severe weather this evening. It seems like things are really struggling to stay well organized and cluster up towards the Chicago region. So central Illinois, maybe a slightly different story, but for your neck of the woods in the greater Chicago area, likely much less of a severe weather threat. And again, a quick update on where Mikey is at. So, storm chaser Drew Brummel, one of our other storm chasers with Michigan Storm Chasers, he's out there right now along Highway 6. He's westbound. Mikey Plemons is right here trying to go south on 89, it appears. Yeah, we were live for the tornado that was in the state capital of Delaware, Dover, yesterday. We were live for that one. Definitely did some damage. Connor's east of Granville. Okay, I got you. So he's going to have a really good view on this pretty soon here. He's just now coming out of that FFD. I don't know where Andover is. I'm trying to find it. Oh, okay, I see you. There is some very broad rotation at the upper levels. Let's try the Davenport radar to get a closer view. Okay. I think there was maybe some rotation briefly. That was kind of formed by a mesoscale collision here with those two storms colliding. We'll see if any type of an inflow notch can develop. You're going to see it that you do have a little bit of an inflow notch, it seems, on your reflectivity. However, your velocity doesn't tell the same story. So we'll see what happens with that one over time. This is what they're saying the closest radar is. That's just not true. Sorry, man. I'm just trying to keep you up on him. I can see a lot of people. No, you're good, dude. I appreciate it. I don't know where he's at, so it's helpful. He doesn't have a spotter dot on, so I can't just like easily spawn in on him. All right. Still watching things again with the tornado warning that is in Bureau and Putnam counties here in north central Illinois. This is just to the southeast of Princeton. Connor Croft, Mikey Plemons getting on this storm right now. So we're going to have a good view of the storm from them soon. Any storms for Brookfield, Wisconsin? I don't know where that is. I'll find it. Oh, okay, that's just outside of Milwaukee. Got it. Probably not tonight. It looks like you're going to mostly escape the threat here. Yeah, this thing is really trying here near Depue. It's still possible that the greater Milwaukee area could see a couple of scattered storms later on this evening, closer to like 10, maybe closer to like 11 or midnight, I would say. But I'm not really expecting anything super significant. I do really think our severe weather threat is kind of going to diminish here a little bit over time tonight. And I don't think the Nebraska threat is really going to do anything super prominent until like the late evening hours tonight. Yeah, Grayson, I feel you on the flooding, man. There has been a lot of really devastating flooding in areas like Indiana, especially. There are 2 severe warnings on the border between Yukon and Alaska. Interesting. So should Joliet have a tornado risk for tonight's storms? There's definitely a non-zero chance, but it's very, very slim. Very, very slim. Should I be concerned about the storm around McChesney Park? I don't know where that is. I'm going to have to find it. Okay, that's just north of Rockford. Got it. It depends what you mean by concerned by. I think there's an ice cream truck outside my apartment right now. This one definitely, yeah, there's definitely an ice cream truck. This could pose a little bit of a wind threat here, near Rockford, but it's not anything like super, super, super concerning. Mostly just rain, maybe some lightning in there. Yeah, a couple strikes of lightning in there. Nothing super, super concerning by any stretch. The storm's still kicking over here near Depue. Still one to watch. Definitely a dangerous situation where a tornado could be possible here. Yeah, PDS ice cream truck right now. Sharon, Wisconsin could still see a couple more thunderstorms tonight. It would likely be a little later on, though, in the evening, like closer to around maybe 10 to 11 p.m. or something like that. Yeah, this one is still trying to pull its act together here. It is really giving it its best shot. Look at Connor Croft's feed now. Bottom left-hand corner of your screen, you can see a heck of a lowering there. You got that bell-shaped lowering of your mesocyclone. It might attempt tornado genesis here soon. Potentially a tiny little funnel right in the middle of that. All right, let me go ahead and we're going to make Connor Croft's feed a little bit larger here. You can see what appears to be the lowering of the mesocyclone, maybe a little bit of a wall cloud with a funnel cloud right in the middle there. It's possible that we're getting an attempt at tornado genesis right this second. And again, this is just south of Depue near Bureau Junction or Hennepin. It's struggling to try and stretch that vortex all the way down to the surface. Just realized I never changed my color. We could easily be looking at tornado genesis attempting to happen here soon. And again, we're watching Connor Croft's feed, our newest signed storm chaser, in the top left-hand corner of your screen. At the bottom right of your screen-ish, you're going to see that tornado warning still here. And that white circle is our area of concern near Bureau Junction or Depue. Yeah, still watching this one very closely. We're going to move Connor Croft back to the left-hand side alongside Mikey Plemons there. You're going to see Mikey starting to emerge from the rain now, and he's going to be on his way towards a good view on this storm as well. So we're going to have 2 different great views on this storm pretty soon. There's where Mikey's at. He's just near Mark, Granville, or Standard. He's right here. And he's westbound right now to get a good view on this. It'll be off to the right-hand side of his screen here very soon. So we're going to see that very, very soon here. And that's around where Connor Croft is at as well. Mikey's got maybe 5 minutes or so until he's going to give us a great view here. Yeah, I also hope the severe weather ends soon. Obviously, severe weather is never anything that we want. If it does happen, our job is to be here to cover it. Zachary Hines saying, I'm from St. Louis too, now living in Wisconsin. The Menasha, Wisconsin tornado, I assume, hit your employer's bakery. Wow. I'm really sorry to hear that. Yeah, but shout out St. Louis. Still watching Connor and Mikey's feeds in the left-hand side of your screen. Again, we have a tornado warning in place for another about half hour still. Out here for Bureau and Putnam counties in central northern Illinois. So we're going to continue to stay with this for a while here. Some interesting looking lowerings here on this storm in the top left corner of your screen from Connor Croft's feed. Could be a tornado, could be a funnel. You can see it from both Mikey and Connor's feeds on the left-hand side of your screen. Might be a cone tornado stretching all the way down to the ground here now. So we may have a cone tornado on the ground. It looks like we very well might. A cone tornado stretching down to the ground right now in real time. We're watching this happen on both Mikey and Connor's feeds. This is absolutely insane. So we may have a confirmed tornado here in just a moment. From the National Weather Services. I believe this is on the ground. It was difficult to tell if that was a funnel cloud at first, but you could see it lower rapidly down to the surface. And I think that we just had a brief tornado. It may or may not still be on the ground right this moment. But I believe we just had a tornado touch down here, a cone tornado. And again, this is in Bureau and Putnam counties out here in central northern Illinois. So we may have just watched a brief tornado form and then fall apart here. Essentially form and occlude in north central Illinois here. And this is right near Bureau Junction. That was insane. I think we just got two different angles of that tornado as it happened here. That's absolutely insane. It's fully retracted back up into the cloud now. So no longer a tornado on the ground. I think we just had a brief tornado, though. And again, this is right near Bureau Junction, where I believe we just had a brief tornado, maybe near Depue. Apparently, it's still on the ground. That cone has kind of retreated back into the cloud a bit, but there may still be a ground circulation here that we're seeing on Connor Croft's feed. it may or may not still be on the ground at this moment. You can see that funnel is still very much present. It's not as much of a cone tornado all the way to the surface. It's definitely nowhere near condensed all the way down to the surface. But here we go again. It's starting to reach back down right now. We're watching it happen on Connor Croft's live feed, top left-hand corner of your screen. This is a cone tornado that at least briefly touched down, if not still on the ground here. A very, very nice tornado with this tornado warning here. Again, this is Bureau and Putnam counties out here in central northern Illinois. We had a crazy view there for a moment where both Mikey Plemons and Connor Croft had incredible views on different angles of the same tornado there. It looks like it might still be on the ground. I think there might be some sort of a ground circulation there. Let me go ahead and large cam Connor Croft's feed. It looks like there is still a ground circulation there. So it looks like a tornado still in progress. Not a fully condensed tornado here. Look at that dust being kicked up there. This is definitely still a tornado in progress. So again, this is a dangerous situation. If you're out here near Bureau Junction or Depue, it looks like this isn't hitting anything, but there is a lot of dust, and this is quite the, this is really kicking up a lot of dust with this tornado. So potentially a damaging tornado if it hits anything here that we're seeing live on air right now here in Illinois. Again, just east of Bureau Junction, south of Depue. And this is a heck of a shot we're getting here from Connor Croft. Absolutely insane stuff. Mikey Plemons had a crazy view on this just moments ago, and he is moving right now. But in the top left, you can still see Connor Croft with a crazy view on this tornado here. Here's a look at Connor Croft's view full screen. Just a very, very large tornado.
A tornado warning has been upgraded.
And we just had an upgrade to a confirmed tornado out here in Illinois now. So the National Weather Service has confirmed this tornado. So we have a confirmed tornado on the ground here. We're watching in progress right now. We've seen it from its whole life cycle, from funnel to where it's at now, which is a very large, dusty tornado. Just a very, very, or not a very large tornado, but at least a somewhat large, dusty tornado with a very large plume of dust around it. So we're looking at a strong tornado potentially, or not necessarily a strong tornado, but a very dusty tornado, I should say. Out here in north central Illinois, again, just east of Bureau Junction, south of Depue, a tornado in progress right now. So definitely a threatening situation here. And this tornado is kicking up a lot of dust. It's kind of wrapped in its own dust here. It may or may not still be in contact with the surface. It looks like it is. Looks like I can see a little bit of that vortex at the surface there, poking through the dust at times. And again, this is Connor Croft's feed that we're looking at right now here in north central Illinois, Bureau and Putnam counties. Mikey Plemons also has, or is trying to get a view on this. He had a view on it just moments ago. It looks like it's starting to fall into that rain wrap right now, so it might become a rain wrap tornado here soon. I don't believe that we have any debris signature on radar here, but we do nonetheless have a confirmed tornado on the ground without a doubt. And it looks like Connor is going to be getting mobile again. All right, here's a look at what Mikey and Connor are seeing in real time right now. And in the bottom left, you can see Mikey still has a view on actually like the backside of that funnel. So it looks like it has occluded, at least for the moment here. And this was just a big dusty tornado here. It doesn't look like there was, it doesn't look like it hit anything. That's, again, we're not seeing any type of a debris signature here on radar, which would indicate to me that it hasn't hit anything, not even any trees or anything like that. Definitely was a confirmed tornado there for a little while, and Mikey and Connor had incredible views of this, and it looks like this is still trying to go here. Look at Mikey's feed. Mikey is going to be driving right into this thing. He's going to be attempting a 0 meter potentially here, so we might be watching some pretty crazy stuff from Mikey Plemons. And you can see the other side of that funnel on Connor Croft's feed. Looks like it's lifted, at least for the moment here, but it could easily put down another tornado. That funnel is still very much there. Mikey Plemons, bottom left-hand corner of your screen. He's going to be getting up close and personal to this one here in just a couple of minutes. And here's a look at what Mikey's seeing right now. Here's a look at that funnel. Just a crazy view here from Mikey Plemons. And again, we just had two different angles of this tornado from Mikey and Connor. Just incredible storm chasing going on here. Great coverage, allowing us to hopefully give the most accurate information possible. Again, I don't believe this tornado is on the ground right this second, but it easily could put down another tornado within a matter of minutes here.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We did just get another tornado warning issued. I believe this is just going to be slightly downstream / change of direction type of deal here. As it looks like it's trying to put itself down again here. Mikey is putting himself right in the path of this thing right now. He's basically attempting a 0 meter. And that's what we're watching in the top left. Yeah, there's that new tornado warning. So again, a confirmed tornado. It was located over Florida or near Hennepin. And we're watching Mikey Plemons' feed right now in the top left-hand corner of your screen. I'm also monitoring Connor Croft. He is changing his position right now, so he doesn't have a view on this, but Mikey Plemons is all over this tornado right now. As it looks like this tornado really wants to put itself back on the ground here, and if it does, Mikey's going to be sitting right in its path. In the bottom or in the right-hand side of your screen, you're going to see where Mikey is at. He is very, very close to this tornado. Here's where Mikey's at right now. And he's very, very close to the bottom of this circulation here. So we're going to continue to watch his feed here. It looks like that funnel maybe has retreated. So again, this tornado was on the ground. I don't know if it's currently on the ground. It was on the ground for about a minute there, kicking up a lot of dust. It was lofting dust quite high in the air. But it is still trying. Look at that. It's trying to stretch out again. We could get a more of a horizontal type of funnel here. Another attempt at tornado genesis. It is still very much trying to keep going here. Definitely stretching out here as this one is still trying to get going. Look at that funnel on the left-hand side of Mikey's screen. So I don't believe there's a tornado on the ground right this second, but it's pretty... Oh, it may still be on the ground here. Let me go ahead and there you go. Take a look at this. This angle from Mikey here. It might still be on the ground. It's a very close to the ground stretched funnel, if not. And this storm is still really trying to keep this tornado on the ground. It may be on the ground here. It might not be. There's definitely nothing that I could look at here and say this is definitely on the ground. We are getting a second area of circulation, by the way, forming with this storm. So we could see another tornado just to Mikey's south. And again, we're still watching this funnel in real time right now. And again, this is right near, just to the east of Hennepin, or just to the west of Granville. We are in north central Illinois. And look at this rope funnel just being stretched out all over the place here as it begins to weaken and rope out. But man, look at this rope out. This is a beautiful rope out phase that we're watching here with this storm right now. Just a gorgeous looking rope. Illinois has been a producer of very nice looking ropes recently here. This is still a funnel cloud that's at least halfway to the ground, by the way, despite the fact that it looks like it's roping out. And it looks like we could have another tornado just to the south here. And this one could potentially end up being stronger than the last. Looks like Mikey is turning around to go for that one to his south, despite that rope out still happening just to his north. Look at that bell shape. My goodness, look at that bell-shaped lowering. We're getting another massive lowering just to Mikey's south. He's headed right towards that one now. He's abandoning the rope for the tornado that we just had, and he is heading just south. Look at that bell-shaped lowering of the mesocyclone. This is actually insane here. We're going to keep him on the left-hand side. Connor Croft has a view on this as well in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. The both of them are all over this. This is absolutely insane. And again, here's a look at what we're talking about. Here's where that original tornado was just moments ago and is still potentially roping out right behind Mikey here. But this is where that new circulation is starting to form and tighten up here, just to Mikey's south. And here's where Mikey is, by the way. He was sitting underneath this tornado practically. And just to his south is this new area of circulation here. And you can see where that couplet is trying to tighten up. And we could see a new tornado form here alongside that new area of rotation. But very, very clearly, we saw that bell-shaped lowering. This is absolutely another potential tornado trying to form here just to the south of where we just had a tornado literally minutes ago. And look at this. Look at this from Mikey Plemons here. There's potentially just a little rope tornado there for just a second. Not 100% confident in that. I think we might have just seen a very brief and weak rope tornado there with this new storm just to the south. And this one's going to keep trying here. This new updraft doesn't really have any issues to deal with. I mean, it's in clean air. It's got a robust supercell environment around it. Brandon Kopic is all over that one now, too, just to the south here. Mikey Plemons is gunning himself southbound right now. All sorts of storm chasers on this. You can see all those dots on the right-hand side of your screen. Again, our storm chasers being Connor Croft, Mikey Plemons, and Drew Brummel are all out there as well. And Mikey is pushing south now as he was basically directly under that tornado that we just had moments ago, just to the east of Hennepin or west of Granville. And now he's gunning south towards McNabb as that tornado may be on the ground. Whether it's on the ground or not, it is definitely trying, and it easily could get there. Again, this is Putnam County here in central northern Illinois. And you can see Mikey and Connor both racing towards this thing. And Mikey is just continuing to gun down to the south here. Looks like Connor is seeing something that he might be trying to show us here. Hanging halfway. Maybe a funnel that he's showing us here. That might still be the remnant rope of the former tornado that we just had near Hennepin or Granville. That might be what he's showing us right now at the top of the screen in the bottom left, the top of that frame there. Keep in mind the echo tops on this storm are still there, but you're going to notice that you have almost multiple updrafts, and that is what what you're seeing happen here. Is we just had that other tornado occlude, and now we're getting a new one trying to develop just to its south. So essentially a mesoscale handoff here, where that new updraft is going to try and establish itself, but somehow that rope is still together, I believe, right behind Mikey. I know you can't see it on his feed. Connor was just showing us that a moment ago. It's right behind Mikey, as Mikey's trying to make his way south towards the new circulation right now. That looks to be more promising. That rope was not touching the ground, but there was a rope funnel still there for a little while at least. And Mikey is getting closer by the second here. And these tornado warnings have just been shrunken down just a little bit here, including Putnam County here in north central Illinois. Man, there's a decent amount of that raggedy looking lowering on the bottom of your mesocyclone here that you're seeing on both Connor and Mikey's feeds. This is the majority of the remainder of our severe weather threat tonight, by the way. I'm going to quickly show you what's going on around the country for a very quick second here. You're going to see a lot of clustering beginning to form, and that's really going to limit our severe weather risk out here in Illinois for the rest of the night. We still could see some damaging straight line winds, but not, or wind gusts, I should say, but not anything super significant. This is the last remaining supercell that is discrete in this environment. So it's really the majority of the severe weather threat for the night is going to be this storm here. Again, there is not a tornado on the ground right now, but we're attempting tornado genesis here again. Mikey Plemons is showing us that right now. This is that new circulation. You can see all that scud at the base of your mesocyclone there. Should come back in a second. Just give it a second here. I can fix it if it, there you go. See all that scud at the lowering of your mesocyclone there. This is definitely a pretty decent circulation here. So we are attempting to get tornado genesis again here. So again, if you're in Granville or McNabb, you need to be ready for this. This is Putnam County, even maybe towards Magnolia here in Illinois. Mikey is getting himself right under this thing. I mean, he is literally staring up the belly of this storm right now. He's got a crazy view on this. And there's both him and Connor Croft on the left-hand side of your screen now. And we could see tornado genesis with this at any point here. Look at all that scud there and potentially a wall cloud trying to lower out of that mezzo on the left-hand side of Mikey's screen in the top left-hand corner there. Maybe another funnel trying to get going here. Let's go ahead and get him full screen again. Maybe not. But Mikey is literally gunning right towards this thing right now. I mean, he is all over this. A lot of folks are all over this, to be fair. Look at Drew Brummel in there as well. We got Drew Brummel. Mikey's right in the mix. Obviously, Connor's not terribly far away. I mean, Mikey's literally parked like basically under this. I mean, he could go a little bit east. So that's he's facing south right now, and the camera is looking off to his east, to his left. So we are seeing that raggedy wall cloud essentially there that we're staring up at. And it looks a little weird because he's so close to it. It doesn't look like what you might see in a textbook because he's under it, basically. But yeah, this is a definitely a weakly rotating wall cloud, so it seems anyway. Man, this is such a crazy view from Mikey here. This tornado warning only has about 7 minutes left on it, by the way. Looks like maybe we're trying to get a funnel going here. That's what Mikey's focused in on. That looks to me like it could be some scud. Could be a funnel that's trying to stretch down to the surface here right now on Mikey's feed. It's a little difficult to tell. There's definitely some scud mixed in there now. And we lost his feed for just a second. It should be back any second here. That might have been a funnel that briefly tried to come down there. I mean, Mikey is still racing right towards this. He wants to be like in this. Rockford is good. Just some general showers and storms out there. Nothing super severe right now. Looks like maybe an inflow stinger on Mikey's screen on the left-hand side here. Or maybe not. If that's the... Good Lord. He is in the bear's cage. This man is staring up the gauntlet right now. I mean, Mikey is... Look how low that mezzo is. My goodness. We could easily get a tornado out of this soon here, guys. So again, if you are near McNabb, you need to be ready for this. I mean, Mikey's just in a crazy spot right now. That original tornado warning was pulled up, by the way, and we still have another one for 3 minutes. We're probably going to get another tornado warning here within a minute or two. That won't be a confirmed tornado warning, but it will be a new tornado warning. Likely that'll extend down towards the south, something like this. Or maybe another 30 minutes or something like that. So we're going to see what happens with that soon here. And here's a look from Connor, who's a little further away, so it looks a lot smaller. He's looking at the mesocyclone that is directly over Mikey's head right now. I mean, that's pretty insane. Look at that meso. Multiple different angles of this mesocyclone here and attempted tornado genesis here. We may or may not get a new tornado within the next 5 to 10 minutes or so here. The storm is still kicking and still trying. It's starting to occlude itself a little bit in terms of that RFD, but there is still solid rotation and clean inflow near McNabb. It's just that original circulation has been mostly occluded at this point. Peru, Illinois, you're good to go. Everything is south of you now. This is all near McNabb, is where this tornado threat is at right now. That's not what I meant to do. That tornado warning, again, is going to expire in just 2 minutes. We may get a new tornado warning soon here. Do we have rotation near Delavan, Wisconsin? Give it a look. It looks like just a broadly rotating mesocyclone. Nothing here that is super concerning right at this moment in terms of like a tornado threat or anything like that. But I think you just have just a general mesocyclone going on here, just to the west of Delavan. You're welcome, Aaron. Stay safe and have a great night. I've been drinking. I got some water here. I've been drinking. What is that Mikey just showed us? Is that another funnel attempting to form there? Is that what he just zoomed in on? All right, and that tornado warning has expired, and we don't have a new one here, so we no longer have any tornado warnings on the map. So we still may get another new tornado warning here within a couple of minutes, but either way, this storm is still trying. The threat is not fully over with this storm. No, there's nothing to worry about near Rockford. It's just some stronger winds and some lightning and rain. Nothing crazy. You'll be good to go. You're welcome. Really beautiful view of the sunset, too, from Connor Croft's feed in the bottom left. Jessica, soon you'll be one of those folks once we get something that actually happens in Colorado. All right, let's take a look at this newest radar scan. We're going to have new velocities in just a moment here. It'll be any moment here, and we're going to get a new update on our velocities here. And there it is. It actually looks better on this scan than it did a moment ago. I really think this storm is trying to recycle and attempt it again. Now, one thing we need to pay very close attention to is just off to the west near Henry, we're seeing some other convection starting to form. And as soon as this collides with our storm and contaminates that inflow, that severe weather threat, or that tornado threat anyway, is going to fall off a pretty steep cliff. So the storm doesn't have a ton of time left to try and undergo tornado genesis again before it falls apart. And we're going to continue to stay with it for a little while longer here. I mean, well, for its entire life cycle. But look at that view from Connor Croft. My goodness. All right, let's full screen what we're seeing. This is insane what we're seeing here from Connor Croft. That's just a crazy lowering on this storm. Just a beautiful view. I mean, he's got the perfect angle on this thing right now. This is insane. And he's just south of McNabb, so he's looking north, right up the gut of this storm right now. He's looking up the updraft. This is insane from Connor here. Really, really photogenic mesocyclone here, and you can see that lowering. It doesn't look to be rapidly rotating at all, but there is rotation in there nonetheless. But this is insane from Connor Croft here. I didn't mean to hide that. Tall Paul, I didn't mean to hide your message. I hit the wrong button. This is actually insane here. This view that Connor Croft has right now. This is literally nuts. And again, Mikey is repositioning right now on this. He's kind of on that rain side. This is nuts. This is literally the most like photogenic meso of the day. Absolutely insane photogenic mesocyclone here coming out of Connor Croft. Why is there a guy below the lowering? That's dangerous. Yeah, that's Brady Harris, or Stormcat 5, as you may know him. This meso is just right over Connor's head here. Here's a look at Mikey's view from the other side. You can see the difference with it being front lit versus backlit. This is the coolest angle ever, what we're seeing right now. So we have Connor's view where the sun is behind Connor. And so that sun is lighting up the clouds here. It's lighting up your mesocyclone. Whereas Mikey's on the other side, so it's kind of backlit. This is crazy. You can literally see both sides of the mesocyclone here. One is white and one is super dark. That's insane. Really, really cool stuff here from Connor and Mikey. It's like as if they coordinated this, but they didn't. This is like a crazy shot that we're getting right now. Really, really, really cool stuff. It just got magically a lot darker here for Connor. Looks like he adjusted his brightness or something there. There you go. This is absolutely insane. And these other little cumulus bubbles are still trying to fire off just to the west of this. And again, if they can fire off and contaminate this inflow, it'll spell doom for this storm. And that's what we're hoping for. This is the last significant severe weather threat of the night, I think anyway, is going to be for this storm. So we're going to stay with this storm until it falls apart. Let me show you guys a little reference point on what we were just looking at here. So Connor is just south of this storm. He was looking right up to the north at it. Meanwhile, Mikey is just east, and he was looking towards the west at it. And so from Mikey's feed, you can see that sunset is behind the storm here. And so it's not illuminating the side of the storm that Mikey's seeing. So it's really dark on Mikey's side and a lot brighter on Connor's side. So really just a crazy view that we just got there from Connor and Mikey. That was really cool. I've never seen anything like that before. Yeah, really, really dark on Mikey's side here with the storm being backlit here. That's the bottom left-hand corner of your screen where you're seeing Mikey Plemons. And then, of course, Connor Croft just to the south of that storm there. He's nearby Brandon Kopic and Drew Brummel as well. Brandon Kopic, of course, a very well-known storm chaser, not one of our storm chasers, but a very, very incredible human being. And then Drew Brummel, one of our storm chasers. Drew doesn't have a live feed tonight, by the way. He is out there, though. All right, we're going to keep Mikey's feed big here for just a moment. No, I did not hit the lottery. People just want to work with you when you're doing something that's like good for the community and you're doing something that matters and aligns with like their vision and their morals and their direction. People just want to be a part of those types of things. And so Connor and I are able to work together. He's a really great guy. He wants to be a part of the future. Again, you're going to notice that the severe weather threat overall tonight, that's a beautiful view there from Mikey, by the way. The severe weather threat really falling off tonight. We have 9 severe thunderstorm warnings and 4 flash flood warnings. That's all we got going on right now. But we're still watching this storm here. And we're going to stay with it for a little while because it still could potentially produce another tornado as it continues to try and recycle here out in north central Illinois. And for a little bit of a zoom out reference point, here's where we're at right now. We're due north of Bloomington, Illinois, along I-39 to the south of Ottawa. And you know what? I'm just going to keep Mikey large for right now because he's got such a beautiful view here with that little sunset action there with the storm. And again, this storm still could recycle and attempt to put down another tornado. You're going to see that rotation is still there. Let me just go ahead and move Mikey to the bottom actually for a moment. Here's a look, and we can see that rotation is still there. It's not as robust as it was earlier, but you're going to notice that little mini hook near McNabb. If that can start to pull back around and reestablish itself again, we could see another attempt at tornado genesis here. But this is going to be problematic for the storm here. If this cumulus bubble persists and kind of gets sucked into that inflow region, it'll spell basically the end of this storm. So the lifetime of this storm and how long it's going to last is fully dependent right now on mostly just that cumulus bubble near Varna. How do mergers help? Okay, so sometimes a merger can help when, for example, if this is your couplet of rotation, right, and there's your RFD, and you have a merger that kind of comes into the backside here, essentially what happens is the outflow of that merging cell, so I'll draw that in pink, this outflow here is going the same direction as your RFD, right, which I'll draw here in yellow. And so it can enhance that RFD and really help establish that RFD and pinch off that inflow to create a more rapid inflow. And as a result, a more robust updraft and help you get tornado genesis. So a merger can help in that way, but also it can be detrimental if your merger happens to just enter right into your inflow region. If it just contaminates your inflow, then your storm's cooked. So there's a couple of different pieces to it. But it can be both good and bad. It really depends on the situation. It also can depend on the moisture and the temperature content. For example, if that merger has very, very cold outflow, it can be detrimental for the storm because storms do not want cold outflow. They don't want cold inflow. So essentially, if that outflow of the merger is too cold, then it can be detrimental to the storm. How's Trader doing tonight? It's chilling. Where even is it? I feel like I've lost my marbles. It's not in the path of this storm immediately, and this is the only concerning storm. So that's that much I'll say. Why have I lost my mind here? I'm looking like right at it. I just am not seeing it. There it is. Yeah. So it's not like in the direct path of this storm. It is going to be east of that velocity couplet here. It might still get hit by some of that outflow boundary or excuse me, that forward flank downdraft wind and rain with the storm, maybe some lightning as well, but it's generally okay. I don't know why I just had like a stroke trying to find that. Yeah, I do see this other bit of rotation near Hennepin. So potentially a secondary threat trying to develop. But we're going to eventually see some storm training here. It's not going to be a very, very long time here before this storm starts to get too congested and too messy. All right. Oh, Lord. Sorry about that. All right, again, we are still watching our rotation near McNabb. That does look to be broadening out a little bit. And then we have maybe tighter rotation near Hennepin, although I'm not super confident in this actually doing anything. But you can see that RFD trying to form rapidly. You can watch those reds literally come from Depue and wrap around the backside. So potentially a new rotation trying to form near Hennepin. And this is literally like exactly where the previous tornado was. Again, Mikey Plemons in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. We still have Connor Croft as well. He's still driving around out there too. Here's a look at what the two of them are seeing right now. Oops. So still a pretty unique view that we're getting there from Connor Croft in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen of the base of this storm. I do think it's going to struggle to become tornadic again. Looks like that rotation near McNabb and Magnolia has continued to broaden out here. And so that is great news. I am worried about the rotation near Hennepin, though. We're going to wait for that next velocity scan to come in just a few minutes here. Okay. So we might be actually getting a surge in our inflow here near Hennepin. We might see things wrap up, and this might get us a new tornado warning here. As this doesn't look like contamination. I mean, there are DBZs to back this up. This is literally just like parked here too. See that RFD pulling around, creating some rotation and causing that storm to just lag behind and basically sit in place as the shear aloft continues to pull the rest of the storm down to the southeast. So we might get a new tornado warning on this. Yeah, this is definitely a couple that we have to pay at least somewhat close attention to here. Especially if this holds over the next radar scan, we could definitely be looking at more of a tornado risk. We should get a new radar scan in just a couple of minutes here. Looks like they're running. They're actually not running sales at all right now. So that's odd. Let's see what Lincoln's doing. They're running sales in Lincoln. Unfortunately, Lincoln's still a little further away from the storm, though. It does look like things are getting way too messy near our original area of rotation near McNabb. So I think that area of rotation is mostly going to include, and our new risk is going to shift towards Hennepin again. And it's going to be contingent on what happens over the next few minutes here. So we're going to see what happens with this. Again, we're going to stay with this storm until the threat is pretty much gone. And I think this is going to be our last significant severe weather threat of the night, is going to be this cell that is out here in relatively open air still in central Illinois. But the more it clusters up and the larger it expands, the less likely it's going to be to have any type of supercellular shape and be able to produce a tornado. I'm watching this little cumulus bubble out here near Galesburg as well. Again, we are getting pretty slow radar updates right now because they're not running AVSET or sales from the Chicago radar for some reason, despite it being a pretty active night. Yeah, there isn't really a significant concern anywhere in Ohio. Maybe a couple storms off to your northwest, but nothing significant. Okay, and it actually looks like on the latest scan that velocity couplet has significantly fallen off. And the original suspicion that near Magnolia things are getting too messy, I think that is going to end up being true here. It looks like this other cumulus bubble near Magnolia is getting kind of sucked into the main inflow region of our main updraft. And that's probably going to spell the doom for this storm. So that's going to kind of pin things off there. So our only significant tornado risk to me lies with the Hennepin cell, but that doesn't look super convincing to me at all. Strader is going to be generally okay. You might get some stronger winds and rain, but I think that this, I mean, the majority of the storm is going to stay off to your west. But even if this area of rotation does actually manage to miraculously do something and comes your direction, I think it'll stay off to your west as well.
A new tornado warning.
All right, so we
has
did
been
just get
issued.
a new tornado warning. I'm going to assume that it's for this Hennepin one, but I'm not 100% sure. It could be for the Magnolia one. We're going to find out in just a minute here. Unless it's along this line of storms somewhere in like northwestern Illinois, but I doubt it. Okay, yeah, it is for the Hennepin one. So again, you do have this tornado warning for Hennepin and Granville. It's a very short one. It's only a 20-minute tornado warning here. But they did go ahead and issue a new tornado warning on this storm. This is going to include Putnam County again here in Illinois. Mikey Ray, did Mikey go ahead and end off his broadcast for the night? Okay. Cary, Illinois should be okay. Maybe some showers and storms later on this evening. Potentially some gustier winds, but nothing significant to worry about for Cary, Illinois tonight. How am I still getting Mikey's feed if he ended off his broadcast? So again, still looking at some new rotation near Hennepin, and this is going to continue on to the southeast. This is not really a significant tornado threat for me. I don't hate the warning. I doubt this will produce a tornado, but it is possible. Gracie, good to see you in the chat. So again, this is a tornado warning in place. Putnam County out here in north central Illinois. We are just to the southeast of Princeton. And I don't know, maybe I'm behind on Mikey's feed somehow. I mean, I think his feed's still live. But again, this rotation is not super impressive to me. I don't think that this will put down a tornado, but it is definitely possible. So if you're near Granville or Hennepin, you need to be in a basement or a storm shelter of some kind. The sturdiest structure you can find, get to the interiormost room of that structure on the lowest floor, get in a bathroom, whatever you can do. And yeah, here near McNabb, that's looking like kind of nothingness over here now. So really the main concern is this rotation near Granville, which again doesn't really look that concerning to me. Mikey was going to end the broadcast and then didn't. I got you. We did just get a new flash flood warning out here for Putnam County as well as Bureau County here in Illinois. And that's just because we've kind of trained out a couple of storms, dumped a lot of rain over the last hour and a half or so. And this is going to last for another 6 hours tonight. So why say take shelter if it's not concerning to you? Because the National Weather Service is the golden standard. It doesn't really necessarily matter what I think, right? The National Weather Service is always the people you should be listening to. Even if I'm right and they're wrong, the National Weather Service is always the golden standard. And if myself as a weather communicator provides conflicting messaging with that, it creates a distrust in meteorologists and the National Weather Service, which is extremely damaging to society. I absolutely hate when folks do that. It is really problematic. And so I will always back the National Weather Service, even if I disagree in isolated instances. And they should always be the person you listen to first. And they're the person I listen to first as well. Or the people I listen to first. They do a phenomenal job. They get a lot of hate they don't deserve. But you can get into a lot of problems when you provide contradictory messaging to what's being provided from trusted services from NOAA. Still a decent updraft out here in Granville, by the way. We're still seeing decent echo tops. We did get an upgrade to another considerable severe thunderstorm warning down in Louisiana. We've had a bunch of those tonight with those 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts being possible. What do I think about the line of storms coming in behind this one? It's definitely going to create some gusty winds. Maybe an embedded tornado is possible, but it's not looking like a super significant event for me here. Just generally a line of stronger storms. We just got an upgrade to a destructive severe thunderstorm warning in Nebraska. I don't know what that's all about. Let's go check in on that nonsense over here. Could be a hail producer. Definitely a hail producer near Bridgeport. So we could be looking at up to baseball-sized hail. And this is just to the southeast of Scotts Bluff here in Nebraska, where we now have a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. Let's take a look at that hail core. It doesn't look unbelievable like the one we saw earlier, but still a strong hail core out here. That the National Weather Service has tagged capable of producing up to 80 mile per hour winds, excuse me, up to baseball-sized hail. Is this radar copyright? No, it is not. Yeah, so it is tagged with up to baseball-sized hail. You can see that yellow and black warning polygon here for up to baseball-sized hail. And this is going to include Banner, Morrill, and Scotts Bluff counties in Nebraska. Anything coming towards Streator? Not exactly. This storm should stay just to your west. But here's a look at where that is relative to you. Here's you and Streator over here. And here's where that tornado warning is now, and it's going to continue on down towards the southwest here. I really don't think it's a very threatening storm. I don't think it'll produce a tornado, but I don't hate the tornado warning at all. A lot of times with these types of storms, especially because this storm has a history of producing tornadoes, it's not a bad idea to err on the side of caution. And here's a look at that latest velocity scan. It still looks quite messy out here. It is maybe a low precip hook, but nonetheless, it's still pretty messy out here. It looks like Mikey did finally end his broadcast off for the night. Connor Croft, his broadcast is still going, but it's mostly just Brady waffling about stuff. Love Brady. Yeah, Streator does not need another tornado. No, it does not. How are we looking in the south suburbs of Chicago? You are chilling. You're going to have some, maybe some gusty winds and some thunderstorms roll through later on this evening, but nothing super concerning at all. Again, still watching the tornado warning near Granville or Hennepin or McNabb. And we're going to continue to stay with it. This is a short tornado warning. It was only a 20-minute warning. It only has 11 minutes remaining on it now. Or maybe it was a 25-minute warning, something like that. A very short warning. Not a significant risk with this storm, but still want to pay attention to. If we had a tornado, it would be kind of between McNabb and Granville, somewhere down here. Yeah, kind of somewhere in that region. We have that very stereotypical low precip hook, and we saw multiple of these earlier tonight. But again, this just doesn't look very impressive to me. I don't think it's going to do anything, but I could be wrong. I hope I'm right, though, because obviously we don't want tornadoes, especially because we're right near the town of McNabb. I will not be chasing with Mikey in Brazil, but I will be covering all the weather in Brazil from here. So Mikey and I are going to be doing something that's really never been done before, as far as we know, which is bringing that more mainstream coverage to Brazil, to Brazilian severe weather. So it's going to be really cool. I could not be more excited for it. Am I also going to be covering the USA and Canada? Yeah, I will when possible. But that's only going to be about a week where Mikey's going to be chasing in Brazil. So if there's any dead days, I'll be covering what's going on in the US, of course. But yeah, I did see the destructive in Nebraska. That's for baseball size hail again for Banner, Morrill, and Scotts Bluff counties. It's just to the southeast of Scotts Bluff. Thanks for covering the weather tonight. I've been trying to keep an eye on northeastern Illinois. I'm in Montana, Kankakee County. Well, thank you for subscribing. I really appreciate that. That is the number one way you can support the work that we do. It's just liking and subscribing. So I'm very, very grateful for that. And I'm glad that you are pretty safe tonight out in that neck of the woods. You shouldn't have any significant concerns out there. All right, and here's an updated look at that reflectivity. We're going to get an updated velocity scan here in just a moment. Go ahead and wait for that to come in. Still 99 degrees in Texas right now. That's insane. All right, there is still some rotation. It is a relatively tight couplet here. It's just pretty weak. Right near McNabb. So it's possible that we could still see a tornado with this. I'm just not personally a major believer in it, but it's definitely possible. I saw a question about Loston for tonight. You're going to see some stronger thunderstorms roll through, but probably nothing severe. Where is that at, Loston? At least I think I know where this is. Actually, no, Loston's right. Excuse me. Loston's right in the middle of this. Excuse me. I misread the map. That's not where Loston is. Loston's right in the middle of this. So you're dealing with this supercell. Pardon me. This supercell is literally just off to your northwest here. And you're in the forward flank downdraft of this cell. Pardon me. I just completely misread the map. And so this is still one that you need to pay attention to. Again, I don't think this is a super threatening storm, but there is a tornado warning with it. Really, that tornado, if we had one, would be outside of that warning. It would be closer to McNabb. So we might get a new tornado warning here for this, which would continue kind of down in this area towards Magnolia, McNabb. But areas like Granville, Hennepin, Bureau Junction, Cedar Point, you're all good for any type of a tornado threat, but there are still some stronger, or this is still a stronger thunderstorm that could be producing some lightning, maybe some damaging wind or some hail. If there was hail, it'd probably be near Granville. Mikey's going to catch me in subscribers. I hope so. Thanks for using my mind a bit. You're welcome. Have a great night. Becca Blom asking, will Aurora, Illinois get any good storms at all? You might get a couple of thunderstorms, but nothing like crazy. That is my belief anyway. We'll see how that goes, but can people in Joliet sleep at 9 p.m. and 10 p.m.? I mean, you can sleep at any hour. Just make sure you have multiple ways to receive alerts in case there is a significant threat that develops in your area. Mikey, good to see you in the chat. What an amazing chase that you had tonight, man. You've just been killing it lately. I'm so hyped for you. Get home safe. Yep, I'm still watching these storms in northwestern Illinois. Again, they're not anything super concerning, just some damaging winds. An embedded tornado with a mesoscale accident is definitely possible, but very unlikely. Yeah, very good chase day for Mikey Plemons. We're going to get a new velocity scan in here in just a minute. It looks like this is kind of occluding itself, which would be good. We'll go ahead and wait just a moment here to get that new velocity scan in. And there it is. Yeah, things are weakening out here near McNabb. Again, I just don't think this is going to put down a tornado. It's still technically possible, but I think it is very unlikely. Perkin, Illinois should be generally fine. You might get a couple rumbles of thunder later on in the evening, maybe some gustier winds as well. Not anything super concerning, though. I'm surprised this tornado warning is still going, by the way, because the couplet's been south of that polygon for like a good 5 to 10 minutes now. It only has 3 minutes remaining until it will expire. Let's see what else. It's Pekin. Oh, I saw a magical R in there. There just isn't simply not an R in there. Sorry, I was saying Perkin. Pekin. Got you. You're welcome, Bandito. Have a great rest of your night. And that tornado warning has just been lifted. So we no longer have a tornado warning in place tonight. Pontiac, Illinois, same type of deal. You're probably going to see some stronger thunderstorms, at least at some point with this line of storms. It's not going to be anything super like dangerous or anything like that, but definitely something to pay attention to. This storm or this supercell that had produced a tornado earlier is kind of headed in your direction. But again, I think it's more so just going to be a strong thunderstorm by the time it gets there. But make sure you have multiple ways to receive alerts just in case anything happens with it. I saw a question about like South Dakota or something. I'm trying to find. Oh, Bridgeport, Nebraska. That's what it was. So So Bridgeport, Nebraska is pretty close to that destructive severe thunderstorm warning. And so you'll see that this storm is producing a lot of hail, especially just to your southwest. So if you're near like Reddington, that's kind of the main area of concern. This is a pretty significant hail core here. So definitely one that you got to pay pretty close attention to. I will say it looks like the velocities are absurd here. This is contaminated data, though. This is not real. So it's kind of a lie what you're seeing here. But this storm is tagged with up to baseball-sized hail. You can see in the top left of your screen there. And that hail threat has been observed, it looks like. And we can take a quick look at that hail core here. And you can see just a pretty monstrous hail core. Not quite as insane as some of the ones we saw earlier, but that hail has been observed. So a pretty powerful hail core out here, dropping up to baseball-sized hail. That's why we have a destructive severe thunderstorm warning on there as a result. I do see that we have a little baby mini supercell. I saw this in the chat. Someone asked about Tulin. So near Tulin, we do have a mini, I mean, when I say a mini, I mean a mini supercell out here that has a little bit of an RFD that you can see on radar. It's possible that could turn into a tornadic threat, but I don't think it's very likely. It's in some air that hasn't really been tapped into yet, though. But you will notice near Galesburg, that dew point depression, only 3 degrees. So again, a lot of energy hasn't been used. A favorable dew point depression, winds coming out of the southwest. I mean, it's in a very favorable environment here. It's just likely going to struggle to sustain itself. They called that a mini spinny on the Weather Channel. Yeah, I'd be calling them mini spinnies too. I don't know who coined that term. I didn't come up with it. I didn't hear it from the Weather Channel. I have no idea where I heard it from, though. Yeah, not a significant severe weather threat for the rest of the night. Our only major concern right now is the storm out here near Bridgeport and Reddington in Nebraska. So that's going to be for Banner, Morrill, and Scottsbluff counties. Again, this is just southeast of Scottsbluff. This one could become problematic too as it crosses from Wyoming into Nebraska. It could bring some maybe golf ball size hail or something like that. But generally, a stronger storm out here capable of baseball size hail, which could be completely destructive to vehicles. So definitely something that has to be paid attention to. On that note, though, things are really, really dying down. So we're probably going to go ahead and end off the broadcast here. We've been live for about 4.5 hours. So I want to thank everybody for tuning in tonight, and thank Mikey, Drew, and Connor for their incredible coverage. Their storm chasing tonight has been phenomenal. I can't wait to see the photos that Drew got, because obviously he wasn't broadcasting tonight, but he was out there taking videos and photos. So really, really cool stuff. And we got some really cool views on these storms and hopefully provided some really helpful information to a lot of folks. So I want to thank everyone for tuning in tonight. Make sure to leave a like and subscribe if you haven't done that already. We're going to have Met Monday coming again on Monday. It's likely that we won't broadcast the next 2 days as the weather threat is going to be a lot more limited. You can see this on our website here. The outlook from the Storm Prediction Center, just a marginal risk for both Saturday and Sunday in various places in the U.S. I did want to quickly point out there is a critical fire weather risk that is going to be in place with some possible dry thunderstorms back towards the Pacific Northwest as well. So a lot of concern for that fire weather risk in the northwestern parts of the country. So if you're out there, definitely make sure that you are prepared for that. And other than that, though, not a significant risk. You can see the update here this afternoon that was issued, let's see, at 8:02 p.m., so just about a half hour ago. They did maintain that 2% tornado threat, both in Nebraska and in Illinois. But again, I think it's very unlikely that we'll see more tornadoes tonight. And then there is still the risk for some larger hailstones and damaging winds, especially back towards Nebraska and northern Kansas, maybe northeastern Colorado as well. I don't really think we're going to be seeing more tornadoes tonight, but it's definitely possible. So again, thank you guys so much for tuning in tonight. I hope everybody stays safe and has a great night. Don't ever hesitate to ping me in Discord if you're ever worried about the weather. And we're going to go ahead and set up a raid here for Freddie McKinney in just a minute. So don't go anywhere just yet. Make sure to let Freddie know that you came from Will Bratton when you get there. Let me go ahead and set this up. Give me just a minute. Or maybe he's not live anymore. So maybe I'll send you guys to Brady. So I'm going to go ahead and send you guys to Brady then. So everybody enjoy the rest of your night with Brady. Everybody have a great rest of your night. Make sure to let Brady know that you came from me, and have a great night, everybody. Stay safe out there. And again, feel free to join the Discord if you want to ask me any questions later on this evening or tomorrow. See you guys. Have a great night. That's diabolical, by the way. I was about to hit end broadcast and we got a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. So that's just going to be a new one, by the way, for the one out here in Nebraska, I believe. It's going to be an extension. I'll wait for it to show up just to confirm that. And then I'll send you guys to Brady. Give me just a second to confirm that. Yep. Okay. Just a new downstream destructive for that baseball size hail. Nothing new here. Just a continuation of the same storm. All right. So I appreciate the kind words everybody was saying. Everyone have a great night. Tell Brady that I sent you, and I'll see you guys soon.